Welcome to meeting number 21 of the House of Commons Standing Committee on Finance. Pursuant to the order of reference of Tuesday, March 24th, the committee is meeting on the government's response to the COVID-19 pandemic. Before we start, I want to inform members that pursuant to this order of reference, the committee is meeting for two reasons. For the purpose of receiving evidence concerning matters related to COVID-19 and to consider the biweekly report by the Minister of Finance, which we will get next week again. Today's meeting is taking place by video conference, and proceedings will be made available via the House of Commons websites. So you're aware the website will always show the person speaking, and that goes to the witnesses as well, rather than the entirety of the committee. We went through most of the procedures on getting people on, so mute your microphone when you're not speaking if you can, and speak as slowly and as clearly as possible, and make the process better for interpreters to hear and translate you into the second language. So we'll start. I'll start then with the witnesses now, and I would ask witnesses if they can to try and keep their comments to about 5 minutes, and we will then be able to have a good series of questions. So starting then with Javer Roma, Gourmet Coffee and Tea, Rami Kassan, President. Mr. Kassan, do you want to go ahead, please? Good.
Okay. Thank you so much for inviting me for this meeting. I really appreciate being one of the attendees. I appreciate so much what the government is doing for us as business owners, small businesses, and it's big support. The last month and a half, we have been in big depression in personal size and business size. You go home, you don't want to talk to anyone. You go to work, there is no job, there is no work, there is no customers, there is no money, and slowly, the federal government starts coming up with the plans to support small businesses, starting with the paying percentage for the employees working for us from 10% to 75%, to grants, to territorial government as well, giving us loans from federal government. What we need is to be afloat, and we will be afloat until this pandemic is done. And with the support of federal government, with the GNWT here in Northwest Territories, everybody's doing a great job. Thank you for our MP Michael McLeod as well for his hard work and dedication. Thank you for everyone, and we'll keep going. Thank you.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, you have to unmute your mic. We cannot hear you.
Look, I gave a great speech there. Nobody heard it. Thank you. Thank you very much, Remy. We will turn now to the Manitoba Restaurant and Food Service Association with Sean Jeffrey, Executive Director. Sean, the floor is yours. Welcome.
Thank you very much for allowing me to join you all today. I would like to thank you on the opportunity to speak on behalf of the restaurant industry and the hospitality industry here in Manitoba. As a meeting place for enjoyable nights out with family and friends, our industry has been reduced to a meek and unpredictable takeout and delivery business. 75% of our industry operating only on 20% of their revenue stream to sustain their business. Our average profit margin of only 4.5% is not sustainable for any length of time. We've seen about an 80% reduction in the workforce, and dedicated operators have been turned into cooks, delivery drivers, grocery stores to assist in remaining sustainable during this disruptive time. With no current federal or provincial programs for fixed cost or rent assists In some loan application processes that are very convoluted and time consuming, we're actually seeing a lot of operators unable to create enough hours in the day to remain operationally effective and also remain up to speed on delayed or unavailable programs. For the approximately 25% of restaurants that are not operational, federal assistance programs that are available on the basis of wage subsidy are moot. And each day, these operations come closer to joining the list of restaurants who will never open their doors again. A recent conversation I had with an operator here of 5 local fine dining restaurants actually resulted in a tear-filled plea for more industry-specific assistance, including a federal rebate program for the approximately $75,000 in third-party delivery commissions that he's been forced to pay due to the mandated closure of his dining rooms. As an industry that struggles to attract quality and dedicated employees, each day our industry loses more and more of these existing employees to government programs like CERB, and every day we see another brick in that structure that supports our future removed. Uncertainty of the status of our industry in the future poses significant challenges on retaining post-COVID-19 profitable business, and reality shows that our industry will retain significant losses due to social distancing guidelines for months and possibly years to come. The reliance on delivery will permanently change the structure of a restaurant experience. Federal relief in maybe form of a CRA adjustments to deductions for claimable business meals would assist in fostering beneficial growth in business revenue, both in the form of dine-in and takeout options. As one of the first industries to self-close to ensure both patron and staff safety in Manitoba, our industry has been driven to comprise operational protocols to ensure that our future patrons can enjoy a dining experience in a responsible and safe manner. But we're looking to our federal government to institute a social distancing subsidy program to be available for operators who require changes to their restaurant operational schematic, and to ensure that their future business is conducted within the guidelines of social distancing, both in the dining room, the lobby, and in the kitchen. As we continue to provide feedback at our provincial and our federal levels, we continue to see a lack of a unified approach to a national strategy on recovery within our restaurant industry. We're looking to the federal government to initiate a national committee underlying leaders, bringing leaders in contact with each other within the restaurant industry to compile a unified strategy on recovery processes with an ultimate goal of returning our industry to pre-COVID-19 success. With 1 week remaining before May 2020's remittance for commercial rent, operators continue to search for unique ways to compile rent costs with no significant rent relief options in sight. Our industry cannot sustain these consistent drawbacks to the already deteriorated morale that accompanies the uncertainty of a viable future. We're looking to our federal government to initiate these collaborative rent assist programs that will provide immediate and time-sensitive relief to our operators. As operators create new and innovative operational processes like grocery delivery to remain viable, we're looking to our federal government to utilize these same principles to initialize programs that will ensure our industry can continue to grow and provide essential service to people. And that's a safe environment to enjoy the fellowship of family and friends for years to come. Thank you for allowing us to discuss the challenge with you today. We're confident that our federal government will do the right thing to preserve our industry for generations to come. Cheers. Merci.
Thank you very much, Sean. Turning then to Oliver on Boncini Hospitality, Andrew Oliver, President and CEO. Mr. Oliver, you're on.
Bonjour. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Andrew Oliver, a restaurant operator, President of Oliver Boncini Hospitality. Thank you for allowing me to address the committee today. Oliver Boncini manages a number of restaurants and event venues with operations in Quebec, Ontario, Saskatchewan, Alberta. Our portfolio ranges from quick service to fine dining. Our industry requires urgent, specifically tailored financial solutions for most of our industry to survive this crisis. We are high labor job creators, the 4th largest employer in Canada, 4% of GDP representing 1.3 million jobs. The numbers are significant, right up there with oil and gas and airlines. But we don't get there. We get there bit by bit, as we are normally made up mostly of small to mid-sized independent businesses. A crisis of this magnitude in the hospitality sector is going to have a massive negative impact on the Canadian economy, and the damage is already well underway. Over 1 million of our workers are currently laid off. Per Restaurant Canada, as of the end of March, 10% of restaurants have already closed their doors permanently, with an additional 18% expected to close the doors by the end of this month. Survey results released today indicate that 1 in every 2 independent restaurants, that's 50%, do not expect to survive this crisis. And most multi-unit food service businesses will have to permanently shut down at least one of their locations. More than 95% of restaurant revenue is redistributed right back into the Canadian economy, and an estimated 30% of our revenues are redirected right into government coffers through taxation. That's over $30 billion last year. Any amount of failure in our industry will have broad-ranging economic repercussions with massive amounts of contagion. For instance, restaurants represent one of the largest, highest-paying tenant groups in Canada, spending an estimated $9 billion annually on rent. This represents and props up approximately $150 billion of real estate value. An additional 300,000 jobs in direct supply chains are supported by the hospitality industry. Canadian wineries, local breweries and distilleries, purveyors, farmers and artisans, all part of the small business Canadian network. Just to give you one example, the majority of Canadian farm shellfish is consumed in restaurants. Closures have now caused the demand for oysters to collapse. And shellfish like clams and mussels are down 70 to 80%, according to Canadian Aquaculture Industry Alliance. Bobby McMillan is a mussel supplier at Atlantic Aqua Farms in PEI in the Malpeque region. He tells me that 50% of his sales go to restaurants and that the permanent closures are going to have a devastating impact, not only on his business, but his local community. In fact, there are billions of dollars in unpaid invoices still owing to suppliers that are at risk of never being paid. When this crisis hit, our government's first and urgent priority was in getting money directly into the hands of individuals who are out of work. We applaud and support that decision. But we must have our next priority be is the preservation of jobs. We are concerned that the current emergency support programs will not solve the immediate cash crisis many restaurants face, and it will lead to permanent closures and permanent job losses. Fixed costs and working capital are top issues. The majority of all Canadian restaurants are currently drawing next to zero revenues. But with fixed costs of rent, loan payments, insurance, WSIB, and employee benefits for laid-off workers, they all must be paid. The $40,000 interest-free loan program recently expanded, which was a step in the right direction. However, many restaurants with too many employees are excluded from the program. Moreover, if you are included and at the higher end of payroll, the amount of capital provided is simply not enough. Our costs are way too high. Another step in the right direction is CECRA, rent relief for small business. It's not yet approved, nor do we have enough details, but for restaurants that are drawing little or no income and revenue, it's unlikely that anything short of 100% rent coverage will do enough for many to survive. It will cause a second wave of closures and permanent job losses. Rents are 10 to 12% of sales. The math is extremely straightforward. The 75% wage subsidy is not, by and large, a viable solution for restaurants that are closed and have zero revenues. If subsidies were being made available to us at the time of restart, it would be quite helpful. However, most owners will not have enough working capital to bankroll full payroll for weeks and months until government reimbursements arrive. Mindful of these unique challenges, I've been working with a coalition of my peers through SaveHospitality.ca and representing over 75,000 laid-off workers from coast to coast. We've been very active working with municipalities, provincial and federal governments. We are actively lobbying for rent relief and being credited for helping get it on the agenda, as well as providing some solution-driven recommendations. As an example, the wage subsidy, we are recommending low interest to no interest government-backed loans to bridge the period before government reimbursement begins to flow. To address the fixed cost and working capital issues, we are recommending a forgivable loan program, which would be provided as a percentage of an operator's prior year net revenues as a means of support through the mandated closure and give operators enough capital for a restart. Having recently renovated and reopened a restaurant, only to some 2 weeks later be forced to shut down to COVID, we know what it costs, and it's very expensive. In conclusion, there are solutions that can help us get back on our feet. They just need to make sense for our industry and our unique set of circumstances. For this to be affordable for the government, we need industry-specific solutions tailored to resolve our hospitality issues. We are here as an industry. I am here with our governments to find solutions that will work to stop the next wave of closures and ensure a strong industry once this is over, but we need your help. At OMB, we closed our restaurants across the country before it was mandated, as did so many of my peers. We did the right thing, and we likely slowed the spread and saved lives. Now we need you to save us. We're not lobbying to reopen before it is safe, but we need support to bridge us through, to ensure there is a business left to reopen when it is safe to do so. Je suis ici car j'adore mon industrie. J'aime mon entreprise.
I love my business, and I'm fighting with everything I've got so that I can maintain 3,000 of my employees in their positions and keep giving them their salaries. Those who need to find a solution are working hard to do so. And I recognize that you are making every effort to help. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Andrew, and the passion for your industry certainly being lost in storage right now, and they're trying to figure out how to manage the new crop. Turning to Restaurants Canada, David Lefebvre, Vice President, Federal and Quebec Affairs. Mr. Lefebvre.
Good afternoon, bon après-midi, Mr. Chair, Mesdames, Messieurs les distingués membres du comité, merci de votre invitation.
Thank you for your invitation.
Federal Affairs in Quebec at Restaurants Canada. We are the National Restaurants Association, representing over 30,000 members, be they full-service restaurants, quick-service restaurants, catering services, bars, or drinking places. In normal times, our industry employs 1.2 million people, generates $93 billion in economic activity, and serves 22 million Canadians every single day. As you all know, these are not normal times. Since mid-March, COVID-19 outbreak in this country has wreaked havoc on restaurant operators. 800,000 jobs have been lost, and close to a quarter of restaurants are either permanently closed or think about shutting down forever over the next few weeks. More than half our industry does not have any sales. Dreams are broken, retirement hopes are broken, careers are broken, lives are in shambles. Our people are ingenious and can adapt to many circumstances, but right now some have both knees on the ground and they need a friend. It is not a situation they like, and they did not choose to be in it. Our association fully accepts public health measures and our continued role, but we also request proper support. This is a time for action. Le gouvernement fédéral a mis en place d'excellents.
The federal government has implemented excellent programs over the last month, such as the CERB for workers, wage subsidies, loans for businesses, or support for young workers and students. As we slowly move away from emergency measures towards a more sustainable transition, Restaurants Canada would like to share its recommendations. Without your action and that of your colleagues, the carnage in our sector will continue. 75% of our members in a recent survey think that or consider that they are in a very serious or critical level of debt. Canadian restaurateurs need help that is targeted to their sector.
The highest fixed cost in our industry. As the next step to ensure business continuity, it is essential that this be addressed by the federal government and its provincial counterparts. Without action, you will not be able to drive 2 blocks in a few months without witnessing tons of closed stores and massive desolation. It's going to be true in the 338 ridings across the country. Nobody wished that to happen. Restaurants are different than other stores. Closing down 7 weeks ago meant massive loss in inventory. Fresh food was donated or lost. There's no inventory anymore. No disrespect, but we're not a candle or a clothing store that will not have lost most of their inventory. Even when reopening, it's going to be like, rebuilding from scratch. It's not just possible to flip the light switch on. Our members face a triple whammy of closure, often total, lost inventories, and mounting bills. On top of that, operators have lost excellent employees that might not come back to the business after the crisis. Aujourd'hui, nous vous lançons un cri d'alarme.
Today, we are sounding the alarm. Help these restaurants, these institutions at the heart of our lives. We recommend an immediate moratorium on evictions for commercial renters. This would diminish the pressure while stakeholders continue to develop long-term solutions. We also need assistance for paying rent in terms of a percentage that corresponds to reduced revenue. Delays in loans are useful in the short term, but long-term mechanisms are required to avoid permanent closure due to an insurmountable level of debt. Maintain measures all throughout the economic recovery. Restaurants Canada recommends that rent assistance be provided. The interpreter regrets, but there seems to be a problem with the video.
Do you still hear me?
There, just hold on one sec, David. We're having a little bit of trouble with the video, I believe. We'll get you to just read the next line and we see what happens.
Tax relief, not only deferrals, which often just punt the problem to a later date. Granting waiver on GST, HST for a quarter would be a sound economic measure. Providing some form of subsidy based on a percentage of 2019 revenue is also a path that might be chosen to help restaurants. An extension of the wage subsidy qualifying periods would also truly make a difference. Restaurants Canada is grateful for the steps taken by the government so far to help, but more is needed as we move into a transition period. Our sole purpose is for as many restaurants possible to survive, so our industry can fully contribute to this great country that is ours. We appreciate having been able to share with you the experience from the front line in the industry, and we will be more than happy to answer whatever questions the committee has, as we remain available to answer your question in the benefit of all Canadians. Mesdames, Messieurs, merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lefebvre, and for your suggestions. Turning then to Superior Lodging Corporation, Mark Staniloff, owner. Go ahead, Mark.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and for the opportunity to appear before you. My name is Mark Staniloff. I live in Calgary, and I own Superior Lodging Corp. My company owns the franchise rights in Canada for the following brands: Super 8 Hotels, Travelodge Hotels, and Microtel Inn and Suites. All of these brands are part of the Wyndham Hotel Group. There's a total of about 525 Wyndham hotels in Canada, of which 255 of those hotels are under my franchise. All the Super 8s, I want to point out, all the Super 8s, Travelodge, and Microtels are all individually owned by local operators and are all Canadian owned. My company owns interests in about 30 of these different hotels. Currently, there's 100 Wyndham hotels closed in Canada, of which 20 are Super 8s, 21 are Travelodges, and 2 are Microtels. So we have about 20% of the hotels under my brand that are closed right now. The other brands, being Marriott and Hilton and all the other brands, have similar numbers. So about 20 to 25% of the hotels in Canada are currently closed. Currently, occupancy in the hotels that are open are running at about 9%. I just wanted to give you the context of the current state of the industry in Canada. As well as in addition to the COVID crisis, we are also getting slammed by the oil and gas markets in the resource-rich communities which we have our hotels in. We have several big issues today. Firstly, we need to get businesses open as soon as possible. I know this cannot happen all at once, and I think it needs to be measured both regionally and sectorally, depending on the different companies and businesses. We need to get people traveling again, both by car and plane. Then the next biggest issue is, what does this recovery look like? This is going to be a very long haul, and many of our businesses might just not make it through this. We think we need to ensure our sectors can fully benefit from the wage subsidy program and recognize the likely slow recovery of our sector. Thus, we need to extend the duration of the wage subsidy to businesses that will take longer to recover. For example, until revenue losses are below 30%, the subsidy should stay in effect. This will ensure that we rehire our staff and keep them. We also need to make adjustments to the loan criteria so that banks actually approve us. Right now, it's way too risky and the process is way too cumbersome. First, we need to find a way to have the loans at the property rather than at the level of the corporate entities. A number of corporate entities own a number of hotels, and the way the loan process is set up, if they own 10 hotels, they're only entitled to one loan. Second, the loan process is such that the borrowers have to qualify for the loan. Hotels today are not going to be able to qualify. And as this goes along, less and less likely to be able to qualify. We need these loans to be simple and based on a simple checklist and verification of solvency as of March 15th. We need relief. By that, I mean interest forgiveness. And I know a couple of the other witnesses have mentioned the same thing. We cannot just pile on more debt and kick the can down the road. This is a recipe for disaster. So in the loans I mentioned, there has to be a forgivable portion for them, and there has to be a formula for that. For us to have a solid recovery package, we feel we need, from the government, marketing funds for Destination Canada to fully advertise Canada. We want people that are in Canada to travel in Canada. We need a subsidy to support low room rates to incentivize travel. Maybe the elimination.
On pourrait envisager l'élimination de la TPS pour une période intérimaire et examiner la déductibilité des frais de représentation.
I don't know about others, but I'm not getting any sound, technicians.
We are not getting any sound as well.
Okay.
I don't think.
Mark, just hold on a minute. We're not getting any sound. I'm hearing David. Do you want to go slowly and start again? We just missed about the last two sentences.
Oh, okay. Can you hear me now?
Speak quite close to the mic. You come in low and you sit back a little.
Can you hear me now?
Barely.
Sorry. And now?
Yeah.
Okay. I just finished off with, we need a very solid recovery package. We feel that from the government, marketing funds for Destination Canada, a subsidy to support low room rates to incentivize travel, to get people going, maybe the elimination of GST for an interim period, and a look at the deductibility of the entertainment expenses, as that was discussed before. That's all. Thank you. You're on mute.
Thank you very much. Just to, before I go to Rose Dennis, the first one's up on the question list, and we will test Mr. Cooper and Miss May later. Is Marty Morantz will be the first up on the 6-minute rounds, followed by Annie Kotrakis. So then turning to fellow Islander Tourist Industry Association of PEI, Rose Dennis, second vice president. Go ahead, Rose.
Thank you, everybody, for this opportunity to represent Prince Edward Island and the Tourism Industry Association of Prince Edward Island. I also am the executive director for Explore Summerside, which is the second largest city within Prince Edward Island. As all of you may be aware, tourism is a vital industry in Prince Edward Island, and that provides over 8,600 full-time employment jobs for islanders. It accounts for over $500 million in economic activity each year and 6.3% of GDP, which is the highest percentage of any Canadian province. One of our greatest concerns is for seasonal operators and their need for support. We are pleased to see that many federal and provincial business support programs have been rolled out in the last few days and weeks, but it's important that we do not lose sight of these seasonal operators at this time. Our island seasonal operators are currently weighing decisions related to whether they will open for the 2020 tourism season. In our latest COVID-19 impact survey results from April 6, 2020, operators were asked a series of questions about how COVID-19 is impacting their businesses. The impacts have two really dominant statements within the survey. When we asked them about looking ahead to the next 3 months and what risks their businesses were facing, 75% said that closing their businesses temporarily was an option. 55% are having employee layoffs, and over 50% are unable to pay staff wages. When we followed up with that question about what kind of financial assistance or stimulus their business operations would require, over 60% said the government taxes due to finances and financial demands be waived for the next 12 months, starting immediately. Over 54% asked for wage subsidies for employees with reduced hours, and 43% talked about credits and incentives to continue or start capital expenditures. With these concerns of operators top of mind, following are our main areas of concern for these seasonal businesses. Currently, the wage subsidy is only offered from retroactive from March 15th and available until June 6, 2020. This limited timeline of the subsidy will not be a great assistance to our seasonal operators in their planning and hiring. We would like this subsidy extended to September of 2020 to help operators plan for operation opening and for proper staffing. If it is not extended, we feel that operators may not open, or alternately, they may open but will only hire skeleton crews, resulting in a lesser experience offering due to understaffing. When we also consider seasonal staffing, we are aware that there are now concerns around what happens to people on EI who may not be able to get their insurable weeks this summer. We would like to see EI be extended or a program offered to support them in either getting their weeks or covering what would have been their EI in the fall and winter. Having the wage subsidy extended will also assist in giving them a better opportunity to work their full 12 weeks. Also top of mind are loan options and availability. While loan options will benefit some tourism operators and we welcome loan options, many operators do not want to add to their current debt load. Operators would like to see government working with lending agencies and financial institutions to encourage multi-month deferrals, 12 to 18 months. While some financial institutions are currently promoting 3-month deferrals, this is of little benefit. Operators need time in which to achieve revenue in the 2020 and early 2021 seasons to be used to pay back existing loans. In addition to hoping for longer deferral for loans, several have expressed concern about the interest that will be accruing on top of the original principal and interest during the deferment period. Having no additional interest would be of greater assistance to the operators. Additionally, government working with business suppliers such as electricity, telephone, internet providers, as well as other service providers, we encourage deferred payments and rollbacks on rates for these services. We feel now that the window is closing on our tourism operators' ability to make decisions about operating within the 2020 tourism season landscape. We call on the government to take these issues very seriously and offer support that will provide seasonal tourism operators with some level of confidence moving into the ever-important operating season for this summer. We will provide continuity to our tourism industry's ability to contribute significantly to the economy of Prince Edward Island if we see the government support them in these resources. Thank you so much for this opportunity to provide some testimony on behalf of industry. We look forward to helping Canada's hospitality industry recoup and recover post-COVID-19.
Thank you very much, Rose, and thank you to all the witnesses for their heartfelt presentations on this pandemic that we're going through and solutions to try and assist the industries. Just a quick test, if we could, Michael Cooper, on your microphone before we go to witnesses. Go ahead, Michael. Unmute your phone first, though.
Yeah. Hi, Wayne.
You want to give us
hear me now?
Give us a little sentence or two so the translators can pick you up. Sure.
I'm just here in my office on Parliament Hill. It's a beautiful sunny day here in Ottawa. Does that work?
This is the interpreter speaking. Mr. Easter, this is one of the interpreters speaking. Does Mr. Cooper have a headset?
Michael, do you have a headset?
I have. We've been having some technical issues, so the headset that I do have doesn't work with this phone. So
Okay.
I apologize for this. We're having a few wrinkles here as I'm set up in my Ottawa office as opposed to my constituency office. But you can hear me well enough?
I can, but I don't think the translation can, is from what I hear. Interpreters, what's your view?
Mr. Easter, this is one of the members of the interpretation team. Mr. Cooper is getting a bit of echo in his office.
I'm in the room here in Ottawa. We can hear you, however, without a microphone, it is harder to interpret. So
okay, well, we're working to get this rectified as we speak. So hopefully in the next 15 or 20 minutes, I will have the right phone with the right headset.
Okay, thank you, Michael. You got about 25 minutes before you're on. Elizabeth May, do you want to give us a quick line, please?
Absolutely. I don't know if I'll get a question in, but I want to say that my parents ran this Margaree Harbor on the Cabot Trail. I waitressed and cooked in the Schooner restaurant for many years, and the testimony we're hearing goes right to my heart. So thank you all.
Got that, interpreters? Okay. Turn to 6-minute round of questioning, starting with Mr. Morant. Marty, you're on.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me? Good. I want to also thank the committee for taking me up on my suggestion last week of hearing from the hospitality industry, because what we've heard today is a stark and frankly frightening reality of the restaurant and hotel business in Canada today. My questions are going to be for Mr. Jeffries. If you could put him up. Mr. Jeffries, you there? Jeffrey? Can you hear me? Mr. Jeffrey? Can you hear me?
Sean, can you hear him?
Yes, I can.
Okay, you're okay, Marty. Go ahead.
Hi, Sean. It's always nice to have a fellow Manitoban on the line. So I want to thank you for your excellent presentation.
Thank you.
One of the things I've been hearing through my office is really that there's so many people falling through the cracks when it comes to the general programs. And SEBA is a good example. We've had people saying, well, I opened my business in December, my restaurant in December, and SEBA needs 2019 payroll. So they're falling through the cracks. Sole proprietors, many of whom are family-owned restaurant businesses, are paying themselves in dividends, so they'll fall through the cracks because they don't have the payroll. I'm wondering, you had commented about the federal government adopting a national strategy, working with other levels of government. And I'm wondering if you could comment on what the specific types of economic measures your association would like to see.
Thank you very much for the question. Yes, we would, with working, we feel that collaboration is key with the success of our industry post COVID-19. So I think that, we need to get together and have a unified approach. So there obviously is a lot of municipal, federal, and provincial collaboration happening. But I think that, and it's evidence today that, you have a lot of, knowledgeable levels of our industry available to you at this time, and having those availability to have multiple levels of information and feedback and knowledge, being able to collaborate together to find the best solution would be best. Having a national strategy and having regular feedback and regular collaboration from leaders in our industry would be significant, whether it's here in Manitoba or nationally with Restaurants Canada or local operators or national operators, being able to collaborate what's the best for our industry so that the end result is a unified approach on what is required as a whole from our federal government.
And as we see ourselves coming out of this, I think the restaurant industry is going to look different. There'll be a number of different measures imposed probably by different levels of government in terms of operations. Do you have some thoughts on what a safe dining experience will look like post-COVID?
For sure.
And how the industry will adapt.
Thank you. Yes, but thank you for the question. We've actually worked on collaborating and composing post-COVID structure of what restaurants will look like. I think the reality is that post-COVID-19, that patrons in general and staff are going to be well aware of social distancing guidelines far into the future, for years to come. So the restaurant industry as we know it will have to change the way that we interact daily, whether it be in the restaurant, at the front counter, in the kitchen, with our suppliers. It's all going to have to change because that awareness is there, and we need to, respect that awareness and those guidelines. So our industry is has been working with our local provincial government and with our health protection units to create a program where restaurants can open in a socially distancing situation where they can operate in an effective manner while respecting those guidelines and having a unified approach on what those guidelines will look like. But the significant matter of the fact is that we will be operating at anywhere between 40 and 60% of our dining room capability. And it's key, based on revenues drawn during COVID-19, is that this is going to be a significant deterioration of our industry as a whole.
And you have mentioned some specifics, though. For example, the deduction of restaurant expenses for business purposes. Also, an interesting concept I don't think I'd heard before is about social distancing in restaurants, a subsidy program for that kind of thing. Just around industry-specific assistance, I'm wondering if you could just touch on what types of specific measures you have in mind.
For sure, yes. I think that the two biggest, actually, well, there's three large components that we're looking for. The first is the federal rebate program for the commissions that we pay out to third party. We have had to endure significant commissions from third party delivery services because of the closure from dining rooms. That has resulted in taking restaurants that already have a very low return on investment and bringing it even lower now. So now we're having to pay those commissions out, and that's because we are unable to foster revenue inside our restaurant, which usually accounts for about 80% in full service. The next would be business meals. So we want to activate people's ability to go out and feel comfortable in a dine-in experience, because that's where the majority of our revenue is situated. And because of that, we want to be able to entice people by coming out. I feel that working with the Canada Revenue Agencies to change the deductions that currently you can get for business meals, to activate that to 100% deductible instead of just the 50% you get for dining with somebody, we'll be able to activate people to come out, because the reality is that, and everybody sitting at home, we're wanting to get out. We're wanting to meet with people we haven't talked to for some time, and that will really activate a large influx of revenue into our industry. And the last one is the changes within our industry. We are the first ones to self-close through this process, and we know what we need to do to keep our staff, patrons safe in the future. But those come with costs. We need to be able to look to our government to help us implement benefit programs or federal rebates or stimulus packages to be able to assist with the cost of taking that restaurant pre-COVID-19 to post-COVID-19, with factoring in social distancing guidelines and respecting our customers and our staff's ability to be able to participate in those.
Thank you both. We're quite a bit over. I would like to ask for a point of clarification, if I could, Sean. I don't quite understand the commissions you pay out to a third party. Can you give me an example?
Sure.
I don't understand that.
For every dollar that that a restaurant uses a third-party delivery service, they pay anywhere between 20 to 30% of that dollar to the third-party delivery service.
Okay. Now I understand it. Glad I asked the question. We'll turn then to Ms. Koutrakis and then on to Mr. St. Marie. Annie?
Thank you to all the witnesses who so passionately and...
Can you speak a little closer into your mic, Annie?
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yeah, it's better.
Okay, great. I wanted to begin by thanking all the witnesses who presented so passionately and eloquently the challenges that the hospitality and restaurant industry is facing right now. I grew up as a daughter of a restaurateur. In fact, my father ran his business for many, many years in the riding of Vimy Laval, which I am now fortunate enough to represent. And I know firsthand what the challenges are for a small business owner in the restaurant industry in years that were, really great. And so I can't even begin to imagine what it must be like to be in this situation today. Having said that, I've got two questions. One is going to be, and it's open to anyone on the panel that would like to answer. It's not specific to anyone. For the short term, what we're going through, and then again, focused into the future. So I would like to begin by discussing access to supports that are included in the COVID-19 economic response plan. Can you give us a sense of how your members and your employees are or will be benefiting from the various programs, including the CEWS, the CEBA, the CERB, and soon to be rolled out the CECRA? And the second part of my question into the future, because as you, Mr. Jeffrey, eloquently explained, it's not, looking into the recovery, it's not going to look the same, and different choices and setups will need. So with that in mind, what is your industry doing to adapt in the short and medium term to the new reality that we are in? That would include creating a safe environment to bring back employees and clients as we restart the economy in phases. And how are they innovating to bring new and different products and services to meet the new demand?
Okay, could we start with Restaurants Canada, that really is the broad industry as a whole? Mr. Lefebvre?
Yes, no problem with that. And Ms. Koutrakis, I think you basically nailed it, and you really understand very well the fact that we're moving from a phase of emergency measures into something that is more medium or more longer term. So for example, right now, you have a lot of unfortunately laid off employees that, they have access now to the CERB and they're able to take that. Some people will also be able to have the wage subsidy, some companies, and even some people will be able to work a few hours and still have the subsidy to make sure that they remain on the payroll. So this is really a way where, industry benefits from the programs put in place by the federal government. There's some problems here and there in terms of eligibility, of course, and we've mentioned a few during our presentation, but they are definitely steps in the right direction. But moving forward, this is why the RENT program is so important as a tailored solution for the food service and the restaurants establishment. Because to the point Andrew made, you have basically 80% of the independent operators operating only on 20% of revenues. So I think we understand here that there's a new phase, that the COVID and the safe self-confinement, moving into a multiple month process, definitely there's going to be help. There's going to be help that's needed. And to the point that my colleague in Prince Edward Island made, definitely the June 3rd, in terms of the wage subsidy, is probably a little bit too short a runway to be fully effective. But everything done so far has been positive. It has been steps in the right direction. We just need to tweak things here and there, and of course, create 100% a program for rent subsidy. So that will be my outreach in terms of the federal government, just to make sure that the work is also done with the provinces in terms of the rent relief, because after all, a lot of those contracts are under provincial jurisdiction, but definitely federal leadership would be appreciated here. Thanks for the question.
If we could then go to one of the folks from the hotel industry, either Mr. Staniloff or Mr. Oliver, because that's a little different solution than I think the restaurant industry. Who wants to go? Andrew Oliver, I see you.
Yeah, I'd love to go. I'm actually in the restaurant industry though, but I'd love to speak on this if you'd permit me.
Yeah, go ahead.
Look, I think the program, I think you guys did a great job with respect to getting money to our employees who have been laid off. And I think that we heard overwhelmingly that went well. I think on the reopening, we might have issues where tipped employees are actually going to be better off staying on that program than actually wanting to come back to work. And we're hearing that, but we'll address that in the coming weeks and months as reopening happens. With respect to the CEBA program, the $40,000 program, fundamentally, to me, math doesn't lie. And to think that a program that represents, as an example, you now qualify for $20,000 in payroll, all the way up to $1.5 million, to think that a one-size-fits-all option can work, to me, is nonsensical. You have it where on one side, the $20,000 minimum threshold, if you're on the lowest end, is 2 years worth of payroll. On the flip side, at the high end of 1.5, you get less than 2 weeks worth of payroll, which is a 7,500% delta and catch-all net. It absolutely, to me, is mind-boggling to think that a company that is of a larger size, that is 75 times higher in payroll, would only qualify for the same loan program as someone with a $20,000 payroll, and therefore, and then even further on the back end for all the companies that don't qualify. With respect to the rent relief, as Restaurant Canada mentioned, it is the number one problem facing our industry. Our industry is super high rent. It's 10 to 12% of our sales. And given that there are huge numbers of people that have zero sales or 75% less sales, because of all of the other fixed costs we have, anything short of a plan like they've done in Denmark, where they've covered 100% of rent and fixed costs for the following 3 months, as much as I think it's, again, a step in the right direction for the government, you might actually have an unintended consequence that if you don't have a catastrophic category for those whose sales are down 90% plus, where they don't pay any rent, but are asked to pay, let's say, 25% rent, you might actually have a wave of restaurants say, I'm out. The government doesn't understand my business, and I cannot hold on any longer, considering we're only a week away from May 1st. And if you look at the numbers that Restaurants Canada put forward, where by the end of April, we're looking at potentially close to 30% destruction and permanent job losses, I am highly hopeful that the governments are working and really thinking 2 or 3 steps ahead at this point to ensure that we're not trying to change this plan in 2 or 3 weeks, because once these businesses close, they are closed for good. Those payables that they owe the oyster farmers and the mussels and clam farmers, those are never getting paid. And that, instead of putting out a fire, by just dousing the fire and having it limited, you're allowing that fire to continue to spread and the contagion to spread. So my hope here is that we can come and work together, as Sean has suggested, that industry and government sit there and say, look, here's how we have to frame something that is the most economical for the government, because we get there's limited resources, but how do we spend that money appropriately so that there aren't those that are actually winning because of COVID financially, and ensuring that those that then need the money can survive and create those jobs.
Okay, I'm sorry, Annie, we're going to have to end it there. And I might say to witnesses, if you have a point you make, you're not all up on my screen. I have to flip back and forth. But if you have a point that you really have to make, wave your hand, and I not guarantee I'll see you, but I might see you, and I'll let you in. So turning to Gabriel Saint Marie, and then on to Mr. Julian. Gabriel?
Oui, merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hello to all witnesses. Thank you for your speeches. First, I have a comment. A comment for the witness who just spoke, who answered to Annie's question last. Yes, there's a $40,000 loan that is not very much for big businesses, but there are also loans up to $6.25 million given through the BDC or EDC. They are not interest-free. They have to be paid back, but for businesses who have a greater need, there are still some loans that are available. My questions are for Mr. Lefebvre. Thank you for your speech, Mr. Lefebvre. In your recommendations, you suggest a rent top-up depending on a percentage of revenues. You said that loans won't be enough. So here's my first question. What percentage did you have in mind? What percentage would be enough for restaurants that you represent? And I'll ask my second question right away. The government announced that it would soon present a rent top-up. If this help was offered through loans, for example, with the one part of the loan having to be paid back, like the $40,000 of emergency loans, if they are paid back in time, would that be sufficient for your members, or do you need more? Thank you.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie, merci beaucoup pour vos questions. Donc, premièrement, le modèle qu'on qu'on regarde, c'est effectivement pour qu'il y ait un pourcentage justement du loyer là, qui peut être payé en fonction des revenus. Donc ça, évidemment, ce sera un programme qui...
And that would meet certain needs that were pinpointed by Andrew. Those who have more needs that are in more of a crisis would be eligible for more aid. And so does a reduction of 50% in revenues could be translated into a 50% reduction in rental costs. That would depend. And we also have to think about what normality means. So when we return to 70% of our income, that's a return to a normal situation. And if we have 30% or more in losses, that's the minimum requirement to be eligible to the wage subsidy. Now, for loans that could be guaranteed by the government and a part of which could be forgiven once the loan is paid back, that would be better than nothing. But when we're talking about rental costs, we would need a subsidy, something that wouldn't have to be paid back to make sure that a maximum amount of restaurants and other businesses of the hospitality industry survive. But this should be for businesses that were viable before the COVID crisis so that there is a certain fairness. But if we only have access to loans or deferrals, if that's the only help provided by the federal government, I don't think that will be sufficient. And some of the rental paybacks are of provincial jurisdiction. Saskatchewan and Quebec are already working hard on the file, and we encourage everyone to do so. Thank you. Yes, the finance minister spoke of how many meetings he had with his provincial counterparts to be able to give a suggestion. A direct support, a subsidy for rental costs and for fixed costs would be better than a credit or a loan that could be forgiven. You also spoke of the importance of maintaining these measures until the economy has recovered. You spoke of the 70%. Could you give us an example? For a restaurant, how long would it take to come back to normal? Could you give us an example? I can give you an example. For example, a David Lefebvre pizza, if we had $200,000 in income before the crisis, and that we could prove that this was our income thanks to tax reports, etc., we would be eligible to this wage subsidy until we have $140,000 in income once again. And so if we have 30% losses and over, then we're in a crisis mode. But if we're back to 70% of our usual income, then we could say that we're not completely out of the crisis, but we're back to normal more or less. And so we have to support businesses until the economy recovers. We could put a system in place to support them. And not too long ago, there was a pairing between revenue and rent costs when reaching agreements with restaurant owners. And this worked well. So it's not completely new in our industry. These processes were abandoned with time. But I think that today we really have to start trying to find ways to ensure that most restaurants survive this crisis. Gabriel Sainte-Marie
wanted in on the first exchange, but I'll finish Gabriel's question, then we'll go to you, Mark. Go ahead, Gabriel.
Je terminerai avec ce commentaire. Je crois que...
And with this comment, I think that the hospitality industry suggested the same type of measure. So to support the industry until they have 70% of their income that they had before the start of this crisis. So thank you to you, Mr. Lefebvre and Mr. Chair. Back to you.
Wanted to make a point earlier.
Yeah, I won't be too long, but thank you, Mr. Chair. Just two things. I know there was a discussion about the BDC loan, the $6.25 million loan. The problem with that process is it's impossible. It's very, very tough to get. You have to qualify with the financial institution. From a hotel point of view, we're not going to qualify today. We don't have the income. Our value of our hotel, which is tied directly to income, has dropped sufficiently enough. The hotels usually have a first mortgage on it anyways. So to be able to top that up is extremely tough. There has to be a forgivable portion on it. The other issue is the guarantees. What they've been asking for is personal guarantees, both on that loan and also the COVID working capital loan that BDC has been offering. We are in process right now of trying to get them, but it's extremely difficult and it's not an easy thing to do. I know a lot of my fellow hoteliers are just giving up. They've actually been turned down. They did the application and they got turned down right away. So it's been a real challenge. The only thing I want to add is with respect to the 70% that Mr. Lefebvre was talking about, that's similar to what I was talking about on the hotel side. We need to get back to some level before this wage subsidy program is terminated. Thank you.
Okay, thank you all for that information. Turning to Peter Julian, and then after Peter, I see Cooper's got a mic on. We'll go to him next. Peter, you're on. 6 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thanks to all our witnesses for being here today. We hope that your families are safe and healthy. These are very important issues that you're raising, and we cannot have a catastrophic impact on the hospitality industry, on restaurants and hotels, that means that we go deeper into the economic difficulties that are caused by COVID-19. My first questions are for Mr. Jeffrey and Mr. Oliver, and it's around the issue of rent abatement. Other countries, France and Denmark and Australia, have provided really effective rent abatement policies. And you've pointed out, all of you in your testimony, that the system of loans just does not work. The idea that businesses go deeper in debt isn't one that is going to mean the long-term viability of the hospitality industry. What I and Gord Johns, who's the NDP small business critic, have proposed to the government is a rent abatement program based on some of the other countries, where the federal government would underwrite 66% of the rent abatement. In other words, the property owner provides a rent moratorium for the small businesses in the hospitality industry. As a result of that, federal government underwrites 2/3 of it. So there's that shared sacrifice, which allows for the longer term viability of the industry. It means, of course, that the property owner continues to have a tenant after the crisis. And it means that the hospitality industry, the restaurant, can actually continue on. What do you think of that idea of rent abatement, with the federal government underwriting 2/3 of the cost in order to get us over this crisis and allow restaurants to continue on and building their market and their business? That was to Mr. Jeffrey and Mr. Oliver.
Okay, Mr. Jeffrey, do you want to go first?
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you for the question. I appreciate it. I think that really gets down to what Andrew had said. At this point, we are not in a situation to be able to take on more debt. And we are looking for immediate and 100% relief. Right. Restaurants are operating, 25% of restaurants are operating at zero revenue, right? The other 75% are operating at 20% of their revenue. So a 66% abatement would still require a pretty significant amount of impact from the restaurant itself. We are looking at a tough time where restaurants are going day to day and operators are mortgaging their own homes to pay fixed costs. So we need something that's going to cover at least, I would say, 100% of the cost itself. And it needs to be significantly quick because, again, May 1 is a week away. I have the benefit of being a landlord myself with 5 rental properties. And I can tell you from a landlord perspective is that we are also suffering. All right. So it comes to a point where we need immediate, significant, and fast relief.
Mr. Oliver?
Mr. Julian, my question to you would be quickly first, would the other 33% be expected to be the sacrifice the landlords are being asked to make? Or are you saying that operators would have zero rent? Is that correct? Yeah, then 100%. I think that is probably the best idea I've heard so far, quite frankly, because it does allow, and to Sean's point, the math doesn't lie. If your revenues are 0 or 20%, you have other fixed costs, there's absolutely no money for rent. Rent at the same time has to be paid. If you think of what rent does, we not only pay our landlords, and be that individuals like Sean, but we support millions of pensioners and large government service pension plans, which are our largest landowners. They need to get paid. We need the ecosystem to survive. You also have this massive problem. You've seen it in Vancouver, where they're asking for emergency loans from the province. We pay outsized amounts of property taxes in those rents. And without them getting paid, you're going to create fires in every single municipality because of shortfalls in revenues. You as government with leadership to impose a plan like that, to have it where you're protecting landlords for themselves, because alternatively you will have an utter collapse of the commercial real estate market and rents will go plummeting down. Mortgages will not get paid and pensioners will not get their income, or investors like Sean will not. So at the end of the day, that is a plan that would work. Having at rent 100% paid for people who's had catastrophic losses of sales that are 60, 70, 80, or 100% is absolutely necessary if you want to protect jobs in our industry. If you have a portion of the rent payable by people who have no funds, and to Gabriel's point about the $6.2 million loan, it is not an option. I don't believe any of those loans have actually been approved or gone out comparatively to the CEBA program. It's going to take far too long, and everyone will be bankrupt in our industry, or many people will be bankrupt in our industry before that happens. So without direct government intervention, the stats are there. More than 50% of us will not survive.
Peter, it'll have to be a quick one. Quick question.
Yes, thanks very much, Mr. Sharon. Thanks, Mr. Jeffrey. Thanks, Mr. Oliver. It's 100% rent abatement, and that's I'm glad that you appreciate that proposal. Monsieur Lefebvre, maintenant,
Now to Monsieur Lefebvre, bank interest rates have not been lowered. Some have, but if we speak of credit cards or loans, people are still paying very high interest rates. And so does it make a difference if the federal government put in place legislation that would force banks to lower their interest rates? Thank you. I appreciate your question, because Restaurants Canada has been working on lowering credit card interest rates for years, for credit card rates, namely. And we've made some progress with the government over the last few years, but I think it is the time to do more regarding interest rates for credit cards, which cost a lot of money. And more transactions are being done by credit cards because cash is not permitted in many businesses right now. SMEs and small business owners need help. I think that reducing credit card interest rates would be in the interests of Restaurants Canada, and we would support you in this effort at any time.
For that round, turning to the 5-minute round now, I'll give you the lineup. Mr. Cooper will be first, then Mr. McLeod, Mr. Cumming, and Ms. Sirowitz. So, Cooper, hope your mic's working. Go ahead. Turn off your mute, Mike. Turn off your mute. Down in the bottom corner
Here we go. Okay. So rectified as promised. So thank you, Chair. I'll ask my questions to Mr. Jeffrey, Mr. Oliver, or Mr. Lefebvre, whichever of you wish to chime in. Obviously, liquidity is a major issue for restaurants to deal with fixed costs. One recommendation that Conservatives put forward was to see the refund of GST remittances that have been collected over the past 12 months. It would seem to put a lot of cash back into small businesses, including restaurants, and it would also seem to be something that would be fairly easy to administer and deliver upon. Would any of you care to comment on that policy proposal and how that might be beneficial to restaurants in Canada?
Mr. Oliver shortly, and then Mr. Lefebvre.
If you want me to start? Okay, sure. Yeah, look, so we at SaveHospitality.ca, my partners Eric and John, originally came up with a plan before some of these other announcements like the rent relief program, where we were asking for 10% of last year's sales. We did it specifically, Mr. Cooper, because it would be very easy for the banks to underwrite those loans, those forgivable loans that we had asked for. At this point, not knowing what the rental program is, and depending on how much it is and what it is, I don't know what the loan amount actually should be or forgivable loan amount should be anymore until we have those details. All of that being said, 100%, what we do need is liquidity. Our solution is a little bit different than yours in that instead of it being tied directly to what you paid in HST, which can be a little challenging given it's different between all the provinces and territories, we went out and said, look, we did intensive modeling from businesses and that do under $1 million sales up to restaurants that do 10 million plus in sales, and said, look, where are our fixed costs? The industry is the industry, and the numbers are quite similar. We 100% support having a forgivable loan program tied to your sales to allow you to have the confidence that the government will be there to allow you to bring back every single one of your employees and give you the capital and support you need to ensure those jobs continue, that those people come off of government assistance and continue to then become one of the largest tax bases in the country.
Mr. Lefebvre?
Yes, thanks for your question, Mr. Cooper. So definitely it is something that Restaurants Canada is looking to in terms of the tax relief and the GST, the HST. Our understanding of the tax laws is that this would be easier, to do moving forward, because technically, as soon as the sale is done, the tax is owed to government. They allow you to keep it for a month, a quarter, or a year, just to remove the administrative burden. But however, definitely a mechanism that would give a subsidy or something to operators based on sales, which could be the equivalent of something on GST and HST, is definitely something that would provide some relief. And the cash flow question that you mentioned is absolutely critical and will make a difference whether some people stay in business or not. It is critical, and I think you understand very well the cash flow implication of this, not only during emergency measures, but also moving forward in a transition to a full recovery.
And Mr. Jeffrey, did you want to add anything to that, or are you okay?
Again, just to reiterate what Mr. Oliver has just said, that any assistance is obviously very beneficial, but this assistance needs to come in a timely manner. I think it's very key to say timely manner, because I think that, when you talk about liquid and fixed costs of a restaurant industry, we're hurting now, and to have a program that has been implemented a 4 to 6 weeks period, we're not going to make it to that point. We need these programs to be implemented in a timely manner, and those funds to be flowing to operators as soon as possible.
Mr. Cooper, limited time here. Go ahead.
Well, maybe I'll just ask in general terms how, to the same witnesses, whoever wishes to answer, how they envision a rollout of getting restaurants up and running, and the timeline that they see for that to happen, because we see in the United States, many states and restaurants in those states are starting to reopen with a number of measures to protect public safety. But obviously, restaurants can't stay shut down forever, and every day that this goes on, more and more restaurants are shutting down as we speak. So maybe you could speak to that and some ideas and perhaps a timeline.
Okay, who wants to take it? Go ahead, Mr. Lefebvre, and then Mr. Jeffrey, and we'll head in there. Go ahead, Mr. Lefebvre.
So that's an excellent question, because as much as we work right now with programs with government and rethinking the industry, the goal is to get to something that would be resembling the normal. What we expect at Restaurants Canada is that it's probably going to be different from province to province, even sometimes from cities to other places, which makes the need for specific program for food service even more important. And because it's not going to be the same recovery in all the parts of the country. Some places have less COVID cases, some people have more COVID cases, and public health authorities will probably make some kind of different decisions. Of course, we'd like to have a national program in terms of safety and hygiene and some kind of condition. But there's going to be a point where nobody's going to be able to wait on everybody. And we know that some people will want to start with the proper social distancing measures as soon as it will be safe to do so.
Okay, thank you all on that one. And I would note, Mr. Kassam and Ms. Dennis, You haven't got in any of the questions yet. If you have a point you want to raise your hand and we'll get to you. Turning then to Mr. McLeod and then on to Mr. Cumming. Michael? Michael, are you there? Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
All right. Thank you. And thank you to the presenters today. I seem to have a problem with my mute button, but it was very interesting to hear everybody's presentation. I'm very happy to see Remy Kasim from Jabaroma joining us today. Somebody from the north. It's good to hear that northern perspective. The north, of course, has different challenges. Our costs are higher, and this issue that the pandemic is causing is different in every jurisdiction. I have a question for Remy. The government has introduced a number of programs over the last while, programs to help businesses of all different sizes. They've really tried to make them flexible and available to as many people as possible, as many businesses as possible. So, Remy, I want to ask if you could tell me, from your point of view, what aspects of the federal emergency response plan are helpful to you, helpful to other businesses in Yellowknife, and how and where can the federal response be improved?
Thank you, Michael. First of all, I have 3 locations in Yellowknife, as you know, 2 at the airport and 1 in downtown Yellowknife. Because we shut down the airport, we were obligated to shut down the stores at the airport locations. At downtown location, everybody's working from home, so we are depending on traffic for our sales. So our sales went down 90%. We were looking to actually shut down even downtown location, but when we start hearing about the funds coming from the government, federal government, and the territorial government loans and the loan from the federal government and the wage subsidy, so we start looking to manage ourselves in a way to keep few employees, lay off the others, and implement different kinds of ways to generate sales through ordering online delivery. Like we never ever thought of delivering coffee to homes, a cup of coffee to your home at anywhere. So now we're doing online delivery and pick up in the stores. People seem scared to come to the store. People, even though we have social distancing signs and lines, and we have the sneeze guard that installed in the store, which costs us like $1,000, and that $1,000 is 1 day of sales at that location. So it's very difficult. Myself, I'm working more than usual, way more than before. My wife, she works from home. I have 3 kids. They are, as you know, they are studying from home, and my wife, she can take care of them and review their study and go log in the computers and iPads and everything. And I'm spending my time at work, so we are way behind even with our kids' study, just to be at float. I keep hearing the government about the funding and the loans and everything for July and June. So we keep feeling like that there's something coming up after June or July. But for the short term, I really appreciate what the government is doing, because 75%, I know it's not enough, but if the government could make it 100% for the subsidy, the rent is our major problem. The rent. I sent an email and talked to the landlord, and they promised they're gonna get back to me, and I didn't hear anything. I just see the withdraw from my account for the whole rent. So they looking for support. We're looking for support. It's a stress on everyone. But what keep the peace of mind for us and the north here, like I applied for the loan from Canor, the grant. Hopefully it's going to be approved. That keep me afloat. I applied for a BDIC loan to keep me going because the wage subsidy didn't go through yet because we need funds, as you know. I applied for the federal government also loan. I didn't get the money yet. So we are afloat right now, but for the future, we're going to have big stress because before the pandemic is way after the pandemic. So the habits of the customers, it changed. They start, staying, cooking at home. They scared to go outside, even to go shopping. You see the stores are different. It's less people there. One time a week they go make big shopping. So it's way different. So even though after the pandemic, we will be, we're gonna get hit big time because if you have 6 feet, 6 feet or 2 meters distance between customers, we're gonna have like 4 customers in a place that you pay more than $10,000 for rent, just one place, and it's gonna be a hassle even with the regulation, with the safety procedures for the pandemic. But I'm looking also the other way where I come from. I come from Lebanon, where my brothers they are not working. Everything is expensive. No fund from the government, no support from the government, no help from the government. I feel fortunate that I live in this country and I'm working very hard with my family to make it through, and wish everybody the success. And I very appreciate that I've been invited to this meeting and put my feedback for real. And greatly appreciate also for Restaurant Canada and CFIB for keeping in touch with us and keeping on the top of things. Thank you so much.
Okay, sorry, Michael, we'll have to end it there. Turning to Mr. Cumming and then Ms. Zerowitz. James?
Well, thank you first to all the witnesses. There's no question that this sector has been hit harder than probably any other sector that we've heard from so far in these meetings. And, it is quite distressing. We all get the calls. I want to start with Mr. Staniloff. I want to understand or hear from you how the banking industry has been behaving. We've heard from both the finance minister and the governor of the Bank of Canada that they've been buying bonds and they've been creating greater liquidity in the banking sector. And would like to hear either through your franchisees or through those hotels that you own, are you seeing banks stepping up to the plate and negotiating on the terms of those loans and trying to help out these assets, which are at whatever you said, 10% occupancy, are really struggling?
Go ahead, Mark.
Thank you, James. I guess it's twofold. As soon as this happened, as soon as we got into this, we went very aggressively to every one of our banks. We got mortgages in all of our properties, and they did give us a deferral. They gave us somewhere between a 3 to a 6 month deferral. The problem with that part of it is the deferral, you're going to have to pay for it. What they didn't do, they haven't set up the terms of what and when we have to pay for that. So, I talked to one of my franchisees yesterday, and he said, it's great. His mortgage payments are $150,000 a month on a very big property in Montreal. 3 months, it's $450,000. I got the deferral. What he hasn't got from the bank is when are they going to start asking for it back? He says if they start in October and giving them the 6 months, he says my mortgage payments are going to be $150,000. The deferral part, which they only wanted to say is for a year, that adds $40,000 a month. He says I'm going to be so underwater at that point, it doesn't matter. So the banks aren't talking about any kind of abatement. They're only talking about deferral, which is really causing stress in my franchisees. If they sat down and said, okay, I've got some retail tenants and some tenants as well that I'm giving deferrals to, where I say, here's the deferral starting January 1 of 21, the balance of your term of your lease, if it's 5 years, I'll take that deferral and amortize it over the balance of the 5 years. It doesn't hit them as hard. And I'm trying to see if the banks are going to do the same thing. I haven't seen that yet. They really haven't come up with a program on that side of it. With respect to the government assistances, there's threefold. the $40,000 assistance, which is great. I got to tell you, I mean, you get $40,000, helps you pay for rent and some staffing and whatnot, and you only pay back 30 grand. That seems to be coming very quickly. I'm talking to different guys that do the application, and it's a very quick turnaround, which is great. The problem is the two other loans, the COVID working capital loan, which BDC is capped at $2 million. As I said before, it's a very tough process to qualify. It is based on need, but they're looking to tack it on to the existing mortgage you've got. It just makes it too tough. And we're kicking the can down the road, which I said. The $6.25 million loan, which I'm hoping, and I know that Susie Gunnell from HAC was very passionate about this, to try to get this set up so that it's on a per property basis versus on a corporate need, where I've got franchisees that own 10 hotels.
Certains de mes membres sont propriétaires de 6 hôtels, mais n'ont pas les fonds nécessaires. Donc voilà le problème. L'admissibilité. Nous croyons que les garanties devraient être élargies à 100%.
Okay, thank you.
A fairly quick one, James.
Yeah, and I'll go to Mr. Oliver. And it's along the same lines, Andrew, on the rent abatement or the discussion around these commercial terms with landlords. So landlords are a bit hooped because they can't afford to see you guys go under because they need the tenancies. So they need an active, busy restaurant. And they should be negotiating with their banks on extensions. Have you seen any of the flow through where a landlord may come to you and say, listen, Mr. Oliver, we'd like to do a blend and extend. We'll give you 3 months, 4 months, 5 months, but we want to extend your term by 6 months or a year or whatever the case may be? Because it strikes me we're all in this together, and that includes landlords, banks, and restaurants.
Yeah, so just quickly on the banking side, just quickly, our bank, we bank with one of the large guys, and from my conversation with them, they've stepped up hugely. I think their number one reason of not doing more right now is until they see a path for success for our industry, they're literally handcuffed and doing more. And again, echoing the BDC, EDC loans are just too prohibitive. With respect to landlords, we were very, very fortunate to get deferrals from almost everyone. But what I talked to the largest landlords of the biggest pension funds down to a mom and pop shop owner, and all have a different ability to do something. We had some bad apples. We had landlords that were trying to take advantage of us. And unfortunately, us in Ontario, there's no freeze on evictions, which I know is a provincial level issue that I'm lobbying hard on. But every single landlord I talked to said, we just wish the government would impose rules so it was an even playing field. One pension fund doesn't want to give a better deal to everyone than another pension fund because they'll look badly to everyone else. What we need is leadership in government to understand that a total collapse of the real estate market, which will happen if 30, 40, 50% of us don't survive, it is in their best interest to have a plan like what was suggested, which is a complete end of payments until we get back to some sort of normalcy, backstopped by the government, because paying rents is extremely important. And a lot of those landlords are going to be willing to take, be it a 25 or 33% haircut, as long as it's federally backed by the government, because that is the best credit you can get right now. And everyone, all of our communities will be better off if we get leadership from the government with a plan like that.
Okay, thank you all there. Then we will go to, we'll try and get the last 4 in. We'll go to one question from Mr. St. Marie, one from Mr. Julian, one from Mr. Polyev, and one from Mr. Fraser. Gabriel, go ahead.
Oh, Mr. Chair, am I not speaking next?
Oops, sorry, I skipped over you, Julie. I'll be in trouble. You're next. Go ahead. My apologies.
I was like, how could you forget me? Anyways, I want to say a huge thanks to everyone. This has been an absolutely excellent presentation, and I really, really appreciate hearing from each and every single one of you. I think all of you have alluded to this. We're going through an unprecedented time here in Canadian history. You've all also alluded to the fact that the federal government has acted fairly quickly. We've introduced a whole bunch of support programs. We try to get money into the hands of as many people as possible, as quickly as possible. And we kind of took the motto of perfect can't be the enemy of the good. But obviously, we have a lot more things to do. And I think we're starting to get a much better sense of how things may unfold. I think I call it a sort of 3 phases. One is we're still in the trying to get past the surge phase. So we're still in the immediacy of the whole situation. The next phase is kind of what I call the interim phase. It's the phase right before we get to the vaccine. we can't really go back to the new normal until we actually get some sort of vaccine. So how are we going to operate in this interim period, which most see is around a year to a year and a half? Now, a number of you have mentioned a number of really great ideas, the 100% rate abatement, the loans, easier to access loans, more of them forgivable, imposing sort of more unanimous rules, particularly around sort of rents and getting money to flow as fast as possible, and just a number of changes that we need to do with our banks. So I think that's heard loud and clear. And so I want to mention that to you. My question to you is, I wonder if I can get some advice or some input into how is it that we start looking at this interim phase? Because as a number of people have mentioned, we'll probably be restaurants might be able to go back 40 to 60%, but it's going to have to be under strict public health rules. And then even once we get into a vaccine, it's going to be a new normal. And the world will change there as well. Food prices will be different. How we staff will be different. Behavioral in society will change. And I think one of the panelists had mentioned something about, travel probably be far more in Canada, and how do we promote that? So my question to you is, because I'm trying to figure out how, we're trying to sort of get to the immediacy. So you've made some great recommendations. Now I'm trying to say, how is it that we get through the next phase? What's the group of people? Do we need to form a panel committee? Do we need to have the developers come, the bankers come together? Do we need to bring all the restaurants together, federal, provincial governments? Like, who's the right grouping of people that will help to sort of set a plan for what happens over the sort of interim period? And then how is it that we can craft some sort of a new plan moving forward once we have a vaccine in place? So I'm not sure who wants to take that. I'd love to hear from someone from the restaurant, someone from the hotel industry, maybe someone from tourism. But if someone wants to maybe take that.
Okay, we'll start with Mr. Oliver, and then if somebody else wants to raise their hand, we'll go to them. Mr. Oliver and Mr. Lefebvre next. Go ahead.
Yeah, just quickly, I think, you guys have done a lot in the last 40, 45 days. And I think now getting into that very industry-specific part to save the capital that you guys have to dole out is super important. I genuinely believe we don't have a crisis in just hospitality right now. Let's face it, we have a crisis that you guys have to deal with, which is, I do not envy you whatsoever. You have to deal and become experts in every single industry, all at the exact same time. I do not think that is feasible for you to do it in a timely manner. And my recommendation to you, as far as how we do this, whether it be in the short term and in the ending of the short term right now to the medium to the long term, is to bring in operators and groups like the guys you're talking to here and set up specific committees to say, how do we talk to actual industry experts as opposed to making assumptions of what might be needed for specific industries, so that you can go from the broad-based approach that we're looking at right now and actually getting sector-specific to look at what is actually going to be needed until we either find a cure or a vaccine at the end of the day. I think is going to be paramount to the success of any plan.
Mr. Lefebvre?
Yes, I think the question is very interesting because it's a little bit the thing that we've been presenting in a few webinars to our members, that we're kind right now in between phases, in between the phase of emergency measures and also moving to what's going to be in the industry and what is it going to be in terms of the confinement measures and those kind of things. Definitely, Restaurants Canada, we will raise our hand to be on any kind of panel to think how things are going to move forward. We have the contacts with a lot of operators, so definitely something that we're willing to work on. And we've also started, I would say, second week of March, even before most of the restaurants were closed or forced closed, to think what the situation would be, because it's going to be one thing to be able to reopen and to have some kind of social distancing. It's going to be another thing to build back the consumer confidence. And those two different things might require different kind of involvement from governments, but also from the industry. So much the better if we can work it together.
Okay, Julie, time for one quick one, just because I near stole your time. Go ahead.
No, it's okay. I mean, that was my main question. I didn't know if someone from tourism wanted to come in as well. I don't know if, or if anyone else wanted to respond to that.
Does anybody else want
or
in
hotel?
on that?
No?
Do I see anybody? I don't yell if you are. I can't see everybody. Okay, then we'll go on.
I think we're good. Yeah.
Okay, we'll go on then to Mr. St. Marie. If we could have 4 fairly quick questions, we can get everybody in. Gabriel, and then Mr. Julian.
Merci. Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mr. Lefebvre, during your speech, you said that your organization had launched a survey, and you said that 3/4 of members surveyed were worried or very worried about their debt rate. Could you tell us more about this survey? Thank you for your question, Mr. Saint-Marie. I would like to come back on that. 10% of food services told us that the key's in the door, but it just won't turn, that it's done. 50% of members surveyed, so 40% more, said that if important measures aren't presented when it comes to fixed costs or measures to move into a transition period, 50% are saying us that within 3 months it's going to be very hard to move ahead. And another important data that I would like to underline to really give you a portrait of the situation of the industry. Some have some delivery services, some can stay open, but from April 15th to May 15th of this year compared to last year, the same period, 96% of restaurants saw a decrease in their sale numbers. This is not even close to the worst case scenario. In 2000, 2002, 2008, 96% of restaurants, bars, all of those together saw a decrease in their sale numbers. It's just a completely devastating situation in the industry, and this is why we are here today, because we're asking for your help. Thank you.
Thank you, Gabriel. Mr. Julian and then Mr. Polyev.
Thanks again to our witnesses, and I wanted to follow up on the comments by Mr. Lefebvre and ask Mr. Staniloff and Ms. Dennis on the same question, which is the interest rates that haven't gone down from our big banks. We're seeing mortgage deferrals, but they come with interest and penalties and all sorts of fees. All of what this does for restaurant owners is basically increase the pain by increasing the debt load. So should the federal government be exercising its powers that it has to push the banks, and they've admitted they'll follow the law if the government does use the tools, to reduce these interest rates, reduce the interchange fees, so that we do have that shared sacrifice, and it's not restaurants going under because the banking industry isn't willing to pay their part.
Mr. Staniloff first, and then Rose.
Sure. No question. Interest rates, the Bank of Canada rate has come down to 0.25. Long-term rates have not come down. I will tell you, though, BDC, we have a couple of mortgages with BDC, and they did reduce the rate from, I think, 5.25 down to 3.05, which was interesting. The problem is they've been one of the toughest banks to deal with getting an interest rate deferral, which has been interesting. Again, I said, this deferral it's great for the short term. It's just going to kill us in the long term. We need to figure out some type of abatement or some type of forgiveness on this. And it's got to be a long-term situation. We're all in this together, as I hear from everybody, and everybody always says that, and I don't disagree because everybody on this panel certainly is feeling the pain. But we need to understand how the banks are going to step up and take a haircut is basically what it is. And I don't know what that looks like, but it keeps me up at night knowing that we're deferring this stuff, but it's not going away. And it's interest on interest is what they're doing right now. So,
Ms. Dennis, push your mute bike. Go ahead, Rose.
Yep, thank you very much. I echo the statements by Mr. Staniloff. Really, having these debts mount up and not be forgiven or be worked through an abatement process of some sort really doesn't help the industry to be successful, let alone sustainable. So when you have those things in mind, you also have a number of things that ripple out from that effect, not only sustainability in business, but then health issues in regards to operators, owners, and leading to mental health issues, which would put extra pressure on our healthcare system. There's a number of things that ripple out besides business. It's something I wanted to address here as well, something we really haven't talked much about today. So really, we do see that it's desperate. It does need to happen. We need to see something that these interest rates are either gone, forgiven, worked through, and I think it's quite critical.
One thing, just to tag on here before I go to Mr. Polyev, one thing that I'm hearing from the seasonal industry, tourism industry here, is the wage subsidies do end too soon. They've got to spend a lot of capital to get in business, but the wage subsidies going to end just before their season starts to roll, if it rolls at all. What's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, it's absolutely true. They don't even know if they can open the doors if that wage subsidy isn't extended into the fall. There's a lot of capital invested in, just as you mentioned, Mr. Easter, just opening the doors and getting things rolling, let alone hiring and knowing how many you can hire, how many you can support. This affects our unemployment rates. This affects our, ability to provide good service and experiences. So we do believe it's absolutely crucial that the wage subsidy is extended, especially with seasonal operators in mind. Prince Edward Island doesn't have as much of the luxury as other provinces across Canada to have a really robust four-season situation, especially when it comes to tourism and hospitality. We really rely on those summer months. And as much as we've been trying to build out the other seasons and coming into, fall and winter experiences, spring, we're still not there yet. And with this, this really does put an extra setback onto those, goals that we had as a province. So thank you for that opportunity to speak to that. We do believe it is crucial to bring that forward into at least September.
Okay, we'll go to one question each from Mr. Polyev and Mr. Fraser. Floor is yours, Pierre. You're on.
Thank you very much. So the government is likely to run a deficit of around $200 billion this year. Canada is the second most indebted country in the G7, if you take into account public and private debt combined. And unlike many countries in the OECD, which were paying off debt in the last 4 years, Canada was adding it. Eventually, the bill is going to come due for all of this, and we're going to be even more indebted than we were going in. Do any of the witnesses want to comment on how they are forecasting their future tax bills to pay for the enormous government deficits that not only are happening now, but preceded this crisis itself?
Who wants to wave and take that one on? It is an issue. Who's the biggest broad? Oh, go ahead, Mr. David. You're on.
Yes, I can give a quick answer to your question, Member of Parliament Polyev. I think it's an excellent question because, of course, there's going to be a bill with this, but right now, in terms of emergency measures and making sure businesses stay on, it also makes sure that some taxes are going to be paid and that some things are going to be able to be contributed by our industry, which is something important. We represent something like 4% of the GDP, which is also like a massive amount of taxes, both at the corporate level, but also the personal level that our employees and our owners are paying. And definitely Restaurants Canada has been an advocate for pro-growth measures, both budgetary and in terms of investments. And definitely those measures will need to accompany any kind of recovery that will need to be put forward. So we recognize that. And one way we think we can do it is to make sure that as many of us survive.
Okay, with that, we will go for the wrap-up to a basement in New Glasgow with Mr. Fraser. Go ahead, Sean.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. First, I'll begin with a comment to Ms. Dennis, who made the point about insurable hours for seasonal workers that they may not be able to build up to qualify for EI. I want her to know that I spent the morning on the phone with fishermen in Nova Scotia, and they've made this point very clear. There's people who have an emergency benefit that typically rely on the income they earn over the course of the summer to build up their access to EI to carry them through to the next season. And I wanted to acknowledge the point and let you know that I am working on it. My question is for Mr. Staniloff. You mentioned that there might be some room for a subsidy to encourage travel or other measures. to incentivize the tourism industry to bounce back. One of the things that I'm hearing in conversations with people in my own community is that they are going to be more inclined to travel locally when conditions allow, because they are quite worried about traveling into another jurisdiction where they've not been paying to the success of the health and safety measures. I'm curious if you think there's an opportunity for us to create some sort of incentive to have Canadians travel in their own province, in their own community, while we wait for the global tourism and travel industry to really get back to what normal used to be.
Absolutely, absolutely. I did mention that I think we have to look at Destination Canada and really promote travel in Canada, spend money in Canada. There's no question about it. A lot of my hotels are in tertiary markets. I really cater to the rubber traffic trade, which I think I'm going to hopefully benefit quite a bit from that, as opposed to the larger hotels, group business, airport located hotels. But I certainly think that we need to really focus on just how to get people traveling in Canada, spending dollars in Canada. And it's a no-brainer to me. I think that we really need to focus on that right across the whole country. My hotels are located shore to shore. So I've got hotels in Vancouver Island. I've got hotels up in St. John, Newfoundland. And I'm a big promoter of the Canadian stay in Canada.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, with that, and I believe Mr. Staniloff, I think it was you that mentioned earlier, there's a double whammy, if I could put it that way, with the oil and gas industry where it is. I used to work a fair bit in Alberta and Saskatchewan, and pretty near all those smaller hotels and those smaller towns, right up to Fort St. John, Dawson Creek, and everywhere, depend on the oil and gas industry, not the hospitality industry as such.
Amazing. A large number of my hotels, certainly in Alberta, Saskatchewan, are in resource-rich communities. We've been having issues since 2014. I've seen my revenues drop at some of my hotels by 66% from 2014 to 2016 with zero recovery. And now we're at today, adding that to the COVID, it's going to be impossible to recover. Some of these hotels, I don't think can ever recover. I call, a bunch of these hotels are under demolished. There's going to be a lot of fallout from this.
I think the government did announce an oil and gas announcement the other day. It'll go some distance, but there's a long distance to go. We recognize that. With that, I do want to thank everyone for their presentations, responding to our questions. Thank you for taking the time. There's your information, I can tell you, is being heard and will be put up the line by members of all parties. And thank you, Elizabeth. I'm sorry we didn't get to you with a question. Maybe in the next round we will. So with that, we will have to suspend while we test the speakers for the next panel. So thank you again. With that, we will suspend for a couple of minutes. in panel number 2 of meeting number 21 of the House of Commons Standing Committee on Finance. We're operating under an order of reference of Tuesday, March 24th, on the government's response to the COVID-19 crisis pandemic, and continuing to look at, I guess you could say, constructive criticism, areas to move where there needs to be greater solutions as we move ahead to try and get get through the pandemic and get the economy back to hopefully near normal at some point again. So with that, we'll start with the witnesses. I would ask witnesses to try and hold their presentations to about 5 minutes. That will give us more time to delve into the issues from all members' perspectives. So starting with as an individual and as a business owner, Mr. El Sadi. Mr. El Sadi, the floor is yours.
Hello.
We can hear you. Go ahead.
Yes, my name. I like to thank you. First of all, thank you for giving me this great opportunity to speak in the committee today. My name is Salah Al Sadi. I own 3 businesses in the city of Ottawa. 2 of them on Spark Street downtown, a hair salon and a creperie, and another construction business in the South End, and I live in Nepean Carlton, which I have support all these community through the taxes and business. So the point we've been discussing with my friend, lots of businesses, and I know the government helping across with a loan, $40,000, and they drop it for us 20 to 1.5 million. It's a loan, still a loan, whether people get it or not. And I talked to the bank, it's more like you're applying for a credit, whether you can be getting it, you're able to get it or not. But I talked to the bank, I said, sponsored by the government, they should get it. But there's a big issue here, and lots of small businesses, like they get their money as a dividends in the end of the year. Like a husband and a wife or a 2 partner, they pull a check every month from their corporation. And this money goes toward their salary. In the end of the year, their accountant write it for them as a dividends to save taxes because they already pay high property tax, high rent. And those people not able to get the help with this $40,000 loan. Again, I still say it's a loan. It's not a giving away money. They have to give it. And what I see with the government talking about giving the 3-month for the commercial property to help the landlord, their tenant, it's great, but it's all these a short term. I'll tell you, as I said, I have 2 businesses in the city of Ottawa, and I live in the city. And one of my business on Spark Street, the creperie, we opened last May. I'll just give you an history, what I think business will drive. Visitors from United States, from Mexico, from China, from all over the world. I believe all the Canadian city from coast to coast will be suffering because there's no visitor. So the long term for this business will be suffering. I believe the government have to work toward a long term. And all I've been listening lately for a short term business, short term businesses all the time. They're not talking about how to help the business for a long term. So I think this is one of my points to help those people get dividends and to think how we're going to survive. Like Ottawa, Montreal, the business run through visitors, all the hotels shutting down. Give you history, I was a chairman of Spark Street BIA, if you are familiar with it. I run the festival from 2005 almost to 2015. All these festivals, I created them, brought to the city lots of visitors. With 2020, this business is not able to survive. I'm not talking just Ottawa, I would say Quebec City, Montreal. So the Canadian economy, I know it's the government doing a good job, but we still have to think how to push toward help. Hotel industry downtown, it's empty. Business is empty. Government now, as you all know, working from home. What happened after we go back to business? Social distance, and maybe 50% or more, they're going to stay home. and there's no visitor, there's nothing coming to push the economy. So this is one of the main issue I think business facing and will face for a long term. I run my business through since '94. I work with a different business, and especially one of them, I would call it the tourism and event business, because my business, two of them in that area. My third business, Cater for Local, which is a construction, I think will keep going. People now, it's in fear. I talk to a customer outside, they don't want to talk to us. They don't know what happened next. I know it's something new, we're all suffering with it. So I think I would like to see this from the government to consider the businesses, they get their salary as a dividends, not a T4. Not everybody get a T4. And the second point for the cities, the big cities like Montreal, Ottawa, Toronto, Vancouver, Halifax, every city in Canada, the one they depend on visitor. Now we're not going to able to have them. So that's what we have to focus for the next year. I would say, as I sent a letter for a landlord, I said we have to focus on business, not for the next 4 months or 6 months. We have to focus from now till next May to see how we can survive.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Alzadi. We'll turn now to the Canadian Cattlemen's Association, President Lowe and Dennis Laycraft, Executive VP. Who's going? You, Rob, or Dennis? Go ahead, whoever, anyway.
Okay, I'll do that. And we'd like to thank you for allowing us to appear before this committee. And with that, my name, it says good morning here, but it's not morning. My name is Bob Lowe, and I'm a rancher and feedlot operator in Southern Alberta. I'm also the current president of the Canadian Cattlemen's Association, the national voice of Canada's 60,000 beef operations. And with me is Dennis Laycraft, the executive vice president of the CCA. At the start, I would like to stress that we strongly believe that if current challenges are strategically addressed, the Canadian beef industry will emerge as a key recovery sector post-COVID-19. However, we cannot take the current challenges lightly, and they must be addressed urgently, as the beef industry is the foundation of jobs for 228,000 Canadians and contributes $17 billion to the Canadian economy. As you've likely seen in the news, challenges brought forward by COVID-19 have resulted in a number of Canadian and American meat processing facilities significantly reducing their processing capacity. The scale of the impact is daunting. The Cargill plant in High River alone slaughters just under 40% of the total Canadian production. Every day they're not operating, about 4,500 head of cattle are being backed up in the beef supply system. Prices are falling, and costs of keeping cattle for longer than intended are mounting. To further compound the problem, other facilities have also had to reduce their processing capacity to adapt to COVID-19. And these challenges are in addition to the shortages we were already facing in Eastern Canada. For beef producers, this has resulted in limited options on when and where cattle can be marketed, increased costs of keeping cattle on farm for longer periods of time, and severe market volatility. Already, we've seen the value of a single market-ready beef animal drop 30% or over $500 for the week of April 12, 2020. Without some intervention, we estimate that losses will grow by an additional $500 million by the end of June. With such stark losses, one cannot help but relate this to the hard times of BSE in the early 2000s, which resulted in fundamental changes to Canada's beef industry, including the loss of 27,000 beef operations and the related loss of 5 million acres of Canada's endangered Northern Great Plains. It's not only processing capacity that has become a challenge, but the main risk management tool that we use in the beef industry, price insurance, has seen premiums jump from what used to be $10 to $15 per animal to over $70 per animal. This is especially difficult for our young producers who carry higher debt loads and need this insurance to be able to access loans from banks. We have put forward to the federal government a set of policy solutions that support market stability and enable sound business decisions to continue to be made across our sector. The time to implement these policies is now, before it's too late. Our first recommendation is to establish a set-aside program that will address the severe processing shortage by putting a set number of cattle on a maintenance diet rather than the growth diet they would normally be on. This will help better match the number of cattle ready to market with the amount of processing capacity available. This flexible policy tool was used successfully during the BSE years, and it brings market stability and avoids a potential market crash. We also recommend addressing the sky-high premiums that have made our main risk management tool, price insurance, unusable, as well as making the tool available in the Atlantic provinces. As I mentioned previously, this is so important to our young and new producers. We also recommend adapting the advanced payment program similar to what was done for canola producers last year to provide added liquidity and flexibility. This will enable cattle producers to market their commodity at the best time and actually make reinvestments in their herd. This three-legged stool approach, the set-aside, livestock price insurance, and adaptations to the advanced payment program, is a proactive set of tools that together will address the challenges being faced by different parts of our industry. I'd like to stress that our recommended approach will help avoid costly payouts from the agri-stability program that is helpful for addressing losses, but is more reactive in nature. Our recommendations will save government money and get the beef industry back to growth faster. I'd also like to emphasize that the current funding announced, CERB, wage subsidies, loan programs, or otherwise, are almost entirely unusable by our industry. Furthermore, the existing suite of business risk management programs come nowhere near being able to address the current challenges we are facing. We need smart policies implemented that are proactive and address the unique nature of agriculture and the pandemic. We would like to emphasize that the beef industry can be a growth industry for the Canadian economy as we emerge from the COVID-19 pandemic. We have robust international access and our Canadian product is in high demand. However, if beef producers aren't able to make sound business decisions due to market volatility, the beef industry will emerge from COVID-19 in difficult shape, just as many other Canadian businesses. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Rob. Just before I go to Dan Kelly and Rob, I assume you've I seen some letters from the Canadian Cattlemen's Association that went to various ministers. I assume you've sent those three proposals to the clerk of the Finance Committee as well, if you can, just the full explanation.
Okay. If we haven't done that, we will.
Okay, thank you. You're on it, Dennis. I just want to check, John Barlow, I know you're on there to make sure you're hearing the presentation. You are. Do you want to give your mic a little test so that when you come on, you're the first questioner? We'll know that the translators, interpreters can hear you. Give us a little go where you're from, what the weather's like.
Well, hello, everyone. Thanks for having me. Bob and Dennis, good to see a couple of constituents. I am in High River, Alberta, and the weather is sunny, but a little stressful down here.
Do we have that, Michelle or David? We okay there? We'll assume it. Go ahead.
I think it's fine, but maybe if you could speak a little bit more slowly. Okay. Otherwise, it's fine.
Okay, John, when the time comes, speak a little slower. Then turning to Canadian Federation Independent Business, Dan Kelly, go ahead. Floor is yours.
There we go. That should be better. Okay. Well, thanks everyone. Great to be back with Finance Committee this afternoon. The situation for small and medium-sized firms across Canada continues to be incredibly rough. Some of the most challenging things I've ever heard from entrepreneurs are health plans, CFIB. We're taking 800 calls per day from our members.
Dan, I hate to interrupt, but I'm getting spotty remarks. Is it coming in clear for everybody else, or what's the system at the centre? It's not out in Vancouver. I can see Peter there shaking his head. Do you want to try it again and just speak as close to your mic and as slow as you can? Otherwise, we'll get the technicians to fix it and go to the next witness when the time being. Go ahead.
Of course. Let me speak a little slower and louder. That seems to be a bit better. I see some nodding heads. That's good news. Look, the situation for small companies across Canada continues to be incredibly challenging. We are now up to about 800 to 1,000 calls per day from our members across the country. Many of them are business owners that just don't know where to turn. Some of them, fortunately, are in the position of being helped by some of the programs that government has announced. And I'm bringing some recommendations on how those programs can be improved. I sent a deck that you should all have in front of you of some new data from CFIB. We have done a survey of our members every weekend. We're going again this weekend. But each survey, we now have between 10 and 12,000 respondents to outline the impact COVID-19, the economic emergency is having on them, and for recommendations on the various support programs that are out there. Right now on slide 2, it shows that only 21% of businesses across Canada are open. 80% of small and medium-sized firms across Canada are closed, either completely or partially closed. Of course, in some provinces, that's even well below 20% today. Very, very worrisome news as these continue, as the restrictions for continue. When we talk to our members that are open about what's happening from a sales perspective, over half of our members, 55%, have seen their sales drop by 50% or more. And that's an incredibly alarming view because many of them are just not able to keep their doors open, even if they even if they are allowed to open technically. One of the most worrisome statistics that I think we should all be thinking of is half of small businesses said to us that in the current...
Sorry, Mr. Chair, but the interpreters in the room cannot translate at the moment. I think we have some technical issues. It may be better to have an IT ambassador to call you, Mr. Kelly, and maybe we could have you speak once more, maybe.
Okay,
you, Mr. Chair.
We'll suspend where you are there, Daniel, Dan, and on your presentation. We'll come back to you. Technicians will talk to you in the meantime, see if we can sort that out. Turning then to the Canadian Pork Council, Rick Bergman and Rennie Waugh. Go ahead. I'm not sure which one's up as the presenter, but go ahead, Canada Pork Council. Make sure your mic is unmuted. I see Rick. And where's Rennie?
Hello, good afternoon.
Okay, we got you, Rennie. There you go.
Good afternoon. My name is Rick Bergman. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to appear before the standing committee and provide the perspectives of the Canadian Pork Council and producers on the government's response to COVID-19 pandemic. As I mentioned, my name is Rick Bergman. I'm a pork producer in Manitoba and the chair of the Canadian Pork Council. I'm joined here by Rennie Waugh, first vice chair and pork producer from Quebec. The Canadian Pork Council represents the views of Canada's 7,000 hog farmers, hog producers. Before I get too far into this, I just want to let you know that there's a significant amount of hurt happening right now in our sector. And the COVID-19 has made a bad situation worse for all of the producers here. I'd like to remind the group this afternoon that the direct farm gate sales of Canadian pork in 2016 totaled over $4 billion, $4.1 billion, and created over 100,000 jobs. COVID-19 has put the pork sector in a free fall by disrupting supply chains and driving down the prices of hogs. The risk of major market failure increases as a pandemic drags on, and that's a huge dark cloud over our heads. COVID-19 has quickly pushed many farms into a cash crisis, where they won't be able to cover the costs of operating their business. It's important to remember that what our business really is. We are feeding people, plain and simple. We raise pigs to create a safe, high-quality protein Canadians can rely on to feed their families. That's what we are all about. As a result of this price decline, hog farmers are now losing money on every animal that they market. On average, producers stand to lose $30 to $50 per pig they sell in 2020. That doesn't maybe sound like a lot, but once you add the numbers up, it's overwhelming. The impact of this scenario on the farmer's financial and mental health really cannot be understated. I certainly appreciate the magnitude of this crisis and the number of issues the government has to deal with. It's enormous. It's daunting. On numerous occasions, our government has stated support to farmers and the food sector, but really little has actually been done to help us weather the storm, and that's why we're here this afternoon. Our producers need government to take an immediate action so that they can continue to pay their bills, feed their animals, keep their family businesses alive, and continue producing food. We now need our government to help us in this very significant crisis. We cannot let the industry fall by the wayside because of federal and provincial governments' inaction. Canadians, we all deserve better. You know, on some farms right now, that's very distraught things going on. In the Maritimes, we had a farm that needed to euthanize animals that were ready for slaughter. So animals that were 270 pounds, they would get euthanized and they would be found to be put in a landfill. And that's it's a tragic, horrific event that producers are going through. In other parts of the regions, they're struggling to find homes for them, as you know what has happened with some processing plants because of the COVID virus. In the province where I'm from, we've got producers aborting sows. We've got producers euthanizing little piglets. And that's of grave concern. So at this very point in time, it's a significant crisis. And again, without our government's help, the future of the pork family farm is looking very, very bleak. So I'll stop there. I'd like to thank the committee for the invitation to appear before you today and for your attention, and look forward to answering any questions that Renee and I could answer shortly.
Thank you very much, Rick. And I'm well aware of those euthanized hogs. They're in my riding.
Yes.
Going into Centium Incorporated, Matthew Lachine, Chief Technical Officers. Matthew?
Yes. Bonjour, merci.
Good afternoon, and thank you for having me. I've always been an entrepreneur. I started my first business before I turned 18. I'm now at my 7th business. I've had success, 2 businesses that have been sold and that are still in operation, that have created dozens of jobs. One of them was preparing and teaching pandemic preparedness plans, one of which was prepared by the Department of Health after the SARS episode. I also had a multi-million-dollar failure. Over the course of my career, I had the privilege of doing several startup accelerators, including a program managed by Founder Fuel and the tech program at the École d'Entrepreneurship de Beauce. And I was part of several entrepreneurial groups. I consulted these communities in preparing my testimony in order to give you the reality on the ground. Last year, I launched a technology startup, and we are growing rapidly. After just a few months of operations, we've given work to 9 people, and we've had orders from a dozen other companies. To give you an idea, our revenue for 2019 was $375,000, and this year alone, with the contracts in progress over the past 3 months, If we can deliver the sales already signed, we will be at $1.2 million. In our case, we have two divisions, a professional services division. As we saw the crisis coming, we have worked hard to diversify and to increase our sales on this side. And so we have more revenue month after month, a product division which has created an intelligent multi-dwelling building technology that reduces its environmental impact, and the second axis of research of which is also to enable seniors to remain independent in their homes for longer. This division is completely stopped by the crisis. We were at our first sale in this division, the most important for all companies. It is impossible for us to have our equipment manufactured or installed at our customers' homes. We are stuck with tens of thousands of dollars in inventory. We had to double our working capital because we had to install a first phase, get paid, then order and deliver a second phase. We'll have to do everything at the same time. Even worse, we can't sell, so the seasonality of customer meetings puts off our marketing for several months. Our technology has been custom designed for the export market. New York alone represents more than 10% of our North American market, and it's a technology that could help us come out of the crisis by reducing visits by maintenance personnel. An average sale of our technology is worth several hundred thousands of dollars. Our supply chain is entirely in Quebec. We believe we can create a dozen other direct jobs within 18 months and several indirect manufacturing jobs if we are able to move forward. We don't have access to the wage subsidy program because our professional services division, which employs only 3 people, has increased its billing. We are not alone. Many of my other colleagues have the problem of both divisions and do not qualify. In technology, the qualifications required are very high and are often too different between divisions to exchange employees. In addition, many of us do not have access to other programs, such as time-sharing or BDC loans, because we do not have 2 years of existence and experience. In our case, over 37% of startups do not qualify to the program. Those are thousands of companies. In our case, we have a tax credit for experimental development of $150,000, for which we still haven't had any news for several months. The only measure we have had access to is the $40,000 loan. Our 6-person product division had to lay off 2 full-time employees and cut 2 part-time hours. We are afraid of losing this because of automation. We are afraid of losing the employment relationship with these employees and missing the automation that will take place with a takeover.
Announced, but not yet in effect, is corporate welfare. Since it pays people to change nothing and penalize them if they pivot their business with success, any business that makes more than 70% will lose all the subsidy. It is counterproductive to economic recovery. Programs don't work. They're not deploying capital neither effectively or efficiently. They are lengthy. In the last month, instead of working on pivoting our businesses, entrepreneurs have been working nonstop trying to understand, fit, and apply into all the different programs. A lot of paperwork and much time wasted that could be invested in growth. Not mentioning the mental health issues, the incredible stress because we feel responsible for our employees' income. What we need is a simple solution. It's beyond me why we haven't used the existing mechanisms like our payroll remittances, GST reports, and direct deposit system with the CRA and let everyone apply 75% credit on their next payroll by themselves. A credit that would go down predictably every month to give us time and an incentive to pivot our businesses. Those who did not really need it would simply be taxed retroactively at the end of the year. As a country, we must accept change. We have entered a new low-touch economy for up to 2 years. And 2 years means habits are going to stick. As a country, we must collectively accept this worst-case scenario and pivot toward it now. Right now, the businesses that can help us the most toward a quick recovery and future growth, information technology and clean tech, are suffering the most because of their startup or quick growth status. I often hear politicians talking about how they created jobs. This is not the reality. Small and medium businesses make the backbone of our economy, 90%. Entrepreneurs create the jobs. The role of the government is to reduce uncertainty in the market. Right now, it's doing a terrible job. The plethora of programs, their inadequacies and loopholes have just creating more uncertainty over COVID-19. This second simple measure for recovery that you should put in place immediately is a universal basic income. Right now, the $2,000 a month program is also welfare. If you work, you are penalized. The solution reduced the risk for every Quebecer and Canadian to become an entrepreneur. This measure would also apply to startup founders and solopreneurs. It would also cover gig workers. It would enable all of us to focus not on paperwork, not trying to fit in the system. As entrepreneurs, we need fundamental government action now, and we need much more certainty of what we can work with in the upcoming years. And what we want to focus is what we do best, putting citizens back to work and growing our economy. Merci.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Before I turn back to see if Dan Kelly can finish his presentation, I'll go through the list for the first round for MPs. John Barlow, you'll be up first, 6-minute round. Mr. Fragascatis, then Mr. St. Marie and Mr. Julian. Dan, are you available? I don't see you on my screen, but do you want to come on again and finish where you left off?
Sure. Can you hear me, Chair?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Oh, good. Well, I grabbed my son's gaming headset and let me give this a try. Well, thanks again, everyone. I'll pick up where I left off. The most worrisome statistic in all the research that we have been collecting weekly at CFIB is about how long businesses have before they are facing bankruptcy or the COVID-19 disaster will take them out. And what we've shown is that over 50% of small firms are telling us that if the current level of restrictions last until the end of May, that their business will not survive. That's how dire the situation is for many small companies as they look forward. Now, there are some signs that over the month of May, some provinces may begin to lift some of the restrictions, but they, unfortunately, right now are few and far between. Some of the issues, of course, right at the top of the list for small business, they're worried about cash flow.
We're losing you, Dan. Your mic's on mute now, I see. Do you want to try it again?
I'm so sorry this keeps happening. Are you able to hear me, Chair?
There, we can hear you now again.
My apologies. All right. Let me continue until we give up here. We, of course, are encouraged by some of the programs that government has put in place. The number one concern of our members, of course, is their wage bill, the top expense for small business owners. We are, of course, encouraged that as of Monday, businesses can start to apply for the Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy. That is good news. Also, the bank accounts, the emergency business accounts, have added a second positive tool. Most encouraged that there are ongoing discussions between the federal government and provinces for a substantive subsidy to help pay commercial rent. On slide 6, I share with you that 70% of small firms rent their locations and pay rent each month, but many are worried about their ability to pay. 55% have said that they do not have the funds to pay their rent for the month of May, but they are encouraged that government is looking to step in and help them with these costs. Remember, businesses have been ordered to shut down to protect society, and it is deeply unfair that they would have to pick up the costs of keeping real estate open and paying those bills while they are essentially unable to earn an income. Many of our members are saying that, of course, it really does need to make sure that the rent relief would provide forgiveness, not just loans or deferrals for their rent. Moving to CEBA, the changes that the government recently made to allow businesses between 20,000 and 1.5 million are positive steps.
but there remains about 20% of businesses that are ineligible for the CEBA bank account in several categories, and I'll share more about that in just a second. So in terms of the recommendations that we are making about the major programs right now, with respect to the wage subsidy, we want to make sure that there is flexibility for firms that fall short of the revenue test, that 15 or 30% revenue test, to make sure that they don't lose the full 75% subsidy. I agree strongly with the earlier speaker that a subsidy that would be universal would not cause business owners to be worried about whether or not they're going to hit the subsidy, and help them focus on keeping their employees rather than trying to artificially find ways to ensure that they get the subsidy, or perhaps focus their attention on that rather than on growing their businesses as much as they possibly can. The government has put in place a payroll tax rebate for staff, which is a welcome news, so that if you're using the wage subsidy for staff that are right now not using, you will no longer have to pay EI and CPP or get a rebate of those dollars. We're asking for that to be expanded to all firms, not just those that have staff on furlough. We also believe government should be considering extending the wage subsidy beyond June 2nd. There are so many businesses in tourism and other key sectors that will be able to use this if it continues during what might be a rocky summer season ahead. And we also want to make sure that government clarifies that it won't be the responsibility of employers to go after employees who are using the CERB benefits or employment insurance, that the government will take that responsibility, not require employers to do it. With respect to CEBA, the loan program, the groups that are excluded right now include family businesses that pay dividends only, and we had a speaker earlier talk about just that. Those that use contract workers, for example, gyms, those businesses that rent chairs to other parties like hair salons, most of them are excluded from benefiting from the CEBA program, a very positive one. We also want to make sure that that program allows access to new firms. And there was an extension made to the wage subsidy for newer firms that has not been provided for CEBA. We're suggesting if you can demonstrate $1,700 in payroll for January or February, you should be allowed access to the program. And those other sectors that I mentioned, that we allow businesses paying dividends or contract wages or rental chair income, that they would be used to satisfy the payroll test to allow them access. We're asking government to consider, as this drags into May or potentially June, God forbid, that governments look to ensure that they expand the amount of the CEBA loan and expand the amount of the loan forgiveness that comes along with it. Finally, as we look forward to a successful rent subsidy, we are urging governments, both the federal government and provinces, to ensure that something is in place before May 1st.
We lost you there, Dan. You were just about concluded.
Just 30 seconds.
Yeah.
We want to make sure that the program is substantive, that it doesn't just defer rent, but actually eliminates rent or covers at least 75% of it, that it broadly covers all SMEs with no exceptions based on their structure or their payroll, and that it covers the full COVID-19 emergency phase to help them with the reopening. Those are some of our recommendations, Chair, on the rent side of the equation, and happy to take questions about any of our suggestions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you all for your presentations. To quickly get into the rounds, first round, 6 minutes. We'll start with you, John Barlow. Go ahead, John. Floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. It's a pleasure to be here with this great panel of witnesses. Bob and Dennis and Rick and Renee, I appreciate your insight on the impact COVID is having on your sectors. And my first question, I guess, is the thing I am hearing most from producers is they do not qualify for any of the existing programs, whether that's CEBA or the wage subsidy. And what we are missing is a program that is geared specifically to the unique financial structures and timeliness of agriculture. That just has not been placed on the table. And even the Farm Credit Canada credit, unless you're a Farm Credit Canada client, you do not qualify for those programs. And I had one pork producer, Bob Rick in my riding, said, even if he could qualify for the $40,000, that's about 2 days of feed for him at the most. I'm wondering if Bob and Rick, can you maybe, and I only have 6 minutes, so try and keep your answers concise. Is that what we're missing here, is programs that are geared specifically to agriculture?
Go ahead, guys. You just step in.
Okay, John, it's good to see you here. That would help. We've got, if they took out the thresholds and eliminated kind of the narrow little guidelines, some of these programs would work, CEBA being one of them. The payroll requirement, if you're between 20,000 and 1.5 million, if you're at the 1.5 million mark, 40,000 is almost zero. You talk to that pig producer, he said that's 2 days of feed. That would be about 0.4% of the feed that we feed in a day. So it's kind of silly. If you're at the 20,000 end of the wage thing, it's still not that big a deal. It just doesn't help. And actually it's $10,000, not 40, because you have to pay 30,000 of it back. So
right.
They just really don't really amount to anything on the scale of agriculture today.
Rick, did you want to add anything there?
Absolutely. And Bob said it well. So guess what? Agriculture's changed from 50 years ago, folks. My little farm that I'm involved with, we produce 800 little piglets a week. And this last week, the week we're in right now, I should say, we had to give them away. So we gave away 800 piglets because nobody was willing to buy them. And they cost me personally $40 to produce each. So you do the math and you apply that to some of the programs that are being offered right now. And we very quickly you understand that the problem is way bigger than the solutions that are being provided.
Yeah, thanks, guys. And I appreciate the scope of what we're talking with agriculture here is much larger than I think what is being accounted for. And the programs that you're asking for, Bob and Rick, what is the cost savings to agriculture or to the government here if they were implementing these programs? What could potentially be, as we talk about protecting our food supply chain, what could potentially be the cost compared to what you are proposing here?
I will step in here.
I'll move this to Dennis. He's more of the numbers guy than I am. Dennis?
Yeah, it's a great question, John. Our industry always wants to bring solutions forward, and if we can intervene quickly, you can always manage a problem when you grab onto it sooner. We're looking, when you work with price insurance, right now it's not affordable. If we can get markets to stabilize, there would be much lower payouts. So the type of savings I'm going to talk about are probably going to be far greater than the worst case scenario. But to work and help manage our inventory so we can do that, and backstop our insurance programs are probably somewhere in the $200 million range to do that quickly. But we're talking, if we don't, we could lose $500 million between now and the end of June. Now you can imagine what that would mean in terms of agri-stability payments. Now the best thing for everybody was to avoid those losses and actually have a healthy business environment. So clearly by moving quickly, we will, and with agri-stability, whether they keep it at a 70% reference margin or move to what the industry is asking for an 85% margin, you have a chance to save between $100 and $200 million in payouts there just by acting quickly with these programs. What's more important is when you don't act, it's after the fact with these programs. If you're a young producer and you're trying to go to your bank and get operating credit to continue in business, that becomes very difficult. When you have your cattle insured then you have a conversation you can have. And that's the most vulnerable group in our industry, are those young producers that have high debt loads. And they're the ones that really, by acting quickly, we can protect the most.
We're pretty well out of time, but I believe Rennie wanted in. Rennie Waugh, go ahead.
Yes. And we were talking about 4.1 billion in revenue last year from the pork producers. So you can imagine that if we help now, if there is help now, we'll be able to weather the storm and will be the one who will contribute to the economy tomorrow. We are expecting a loss of about a bit more than $500 million for the moment. So and we are not asking for so much. We are asking for less and leverage it to be able to weather the storm and go through and help tomorrow, the economy of tomorrow.
Okay, I'm sorry, we'll have to end it there. John, I would refer you to, John Barlow, I'd refer you to last week at Finance Committee, we had on the UPA and CFA, Canadian Federation of Agriculture. You might want to refer back to what they said in that meeting as well. But just from my own point of view to CCA and Canada Pork Council, I really think this is also an issue. Nobody mentioned it yet, but this is also an issue of food security, and people have to understand the huge numbers. Just the 1 week of piglets there was $32,000, and the huge numbers on farms is 40,000. Just isn't gonna. It isn't even a drop in the bucket when you look at those numbers. So okay, next we'll go to Mr. Fragiskatis, and then Gabriel St. Marie. Peter.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you to all the witnesses for their thoughtful presentations. Mr. Kelly, my question is to you. Are there policy approaches, one or two policy approaches, that have been pursued in other countries that you believe Canada ought to consider?
Yes, thank you. There are. Look, Canada is getting there. It is starting to pick up some of the examples that have worked in other countries. Unfortunately, it's doing it really, really slow. And I want to say, just for the record, I recognize that civil servants have been working around the clock to put together programs that have never existed in Canada, and that's an incredibly difficult job, and I give them my credit. But the delay that we had, for example, in launching the wage subsidy, and then on top of that, the addition of all sorts of rules and regulations, have meant that many are excluded from using the program. When governments in Europe, for example, that was admittedly a couple of weeks ahead of us, when they took these measures, they put them in place quickly and for the most part cleanly, without a million different conditions and attestations that you're going to give your firstborn if something goes wrong. And that, I think, is one of the struggles that we are having. In England, for example, the program that they launched was an 80% wage subsidy, full stop. Every employer, small, medium, or large, whether they're ahead, behind, or somewhere in between, can gain access to it. And I think we do need to reflect on that as we design programs now for rent, that if we make them too cumbersome, business owners begin to give up. If we delay the launch of these programs, business owners give up. The policy mix that the government is pursuing is a positive one. I think the wage subsidy was most important. Some lending was also important. The rent has been the piece, with May 1st rent coming around the corner. We just need to deliver something on that quickly. If we do that, I think we have a fighting chance of having the majority, not all, but the majority of our small business community make it across the emergency phase of this.
Mr. Kelly, I don't want to go back and forth on details, but 1,000 applications per minute when it comes to the Canada Emergency Response Benefit is what Canadian public servants have been processing. That's 1,000 applications per minute. Prior to COVID-19, 45,000 applications per week were the norm. So I understand that you want to see businesses supported. We all want to see businesses supported, but this is a monumental outcome and feat, really, that we have seen our public service carry out. Have there been gaps? Can we respond even faster? Of course, we can do more, but let's look at ways forward and think about the best ways to proceed. But there's been a lot that's been achieved. As I said, I don't want to go into the details, that I'm straying in that direction myself. Can you tell me thoughts on rent, recommendations, what the CFIB would like to see? We just heard from restaurateurs, we heard from hospitality associations as well. What would be a good approach to rent from the CFIB's perspective to help small and medium-sized business owners?
One of the things that we're hoping is that the government will pick up the tab for the majority of the rent bill from businesses that have essentially been shut down as a result of the pandemic. Governments, of course, provincial governments have ordered many businesses to close, but the costs of rent have been borne by them to date. We were encouraged when the Prime Minister announced that the rent subsidy would pick up April, May, and June. That is good news, but it does need to be substantive. If it's a couple $1,000s, that would worry us, because of course business rents are of all different shapes and sizes depending on the size and structure and location of the business in Canada. We're hoping that it'll cover a minimum of 75% of the rent, if not all of the rental expense. We want to make sure that the program doesn't have a bunch of exceptions to it based on business structure. A lot of the programs, we talked about how the programs are fairly narrowly targeted. They're excluding some, like in agriculture, that have big needs and big dollars attached. They're also, a lot of the programs are excluding the very, very smallest of small businesses because they may be unincorporated, or they may not have a payroll of a certain threshold, or they may pay with dividends or contract labor. So ensuring that it's broadly applicable to renters would be super helpful, and we're hoping to hear more about that potentially as soon as tomorrow.
I'm going to. I thought I could, but I guess not.
You're at a time. You
I
can't.
tried to push my luck. No problem.
I would remind witnesses as well. I don't have you all on my screen. But if you want to intervene at some point, have an extra point to add, raise your hand, and I may see you. Going to Mr. St. Marie and then Mr. Julian. Gabriel?
Oui, merci, Wayne. Donc,
thank you very much. I would like to greet all the witnesses and thank you for your testimonies. I have questions for Mr. Lachêne. With what you've described, it seems that startups are falling through the cracks of the current programs. Could you tell us about this reality? What could be done according to you? And address 4 issues. First, the reality of startups' pre-revenue. Could you describe to us what is a pre-revenue startup, which excludes them from the current programs? Second issue. Some businesses have numerous departments, like yours, for example. So what could be done? What solution could be chosen? Third issue, late sales is reducing capitals and increasing bankruptcy risks. Could you talk about that? And lastly, you talked about shared time and access to the BDC with a 2-year existence framework. Could you answer these questions, please? Thank you for the question. A pre-revenue startup is a startup that has invested private capital and resources and that does not yet have revenues. In certain cases, they have sales. It's the case for our product division, for example. We funded our R&D with our own services. So for the product division, we're blocked. We have invested our own private money. We have inventory, but we cannot go forward and get access to the revenue. We're not admissible to the wage subsidies. It's the case for certain startups. If you do, for other pre-revenue businesses, if you don't have revenues, you cannot show that you have lost revenues. We do not have access to the emergency response benefit either. because you must have had wage expenses from last year. So I do not have access to the emergency response benefit because I did not myself get a paycheck. For leases or rent assistance, most startups will not have access to it because most of us are sub-renters. So we are an indirect renter. Our competitors all have access to the wage subsidy. Therefore, we find ourselves in a very particular situation. The government is really changing the rules here on the market. And then there is a new measure that was announced. We knew what the eligibility criteria are. We know it's going to be a wage subsidy, but we do not know who will have access to it, what the admissibility criteria are. So startups need about 2 years before they can create revenue and jobs. So if they do not have any support, if they go bankrupt, the other problem is that they do not have access to the emergency response benefit. They will also be penalized if they get a certain level of revenue. So how do you support startups? How do you make sure we'll have startups when we're ready to launch the economy again? Thank you. This is a very bleak forecast for these startups that are falling through the cracks. Although they are a very important component of our economy. For Montreal, we're talking about 5,000 startups. You talked about the PAI program. There is the National Grant Council. I'd like to hear you about these. Well, the PAI program, you need to apply for it, and there are industrial advisors. We do not have more advisors than what we had before this program. And last year, there were funds given to the Research Council, and not even 10% of applications were accepted. These are programs or projects that are done in collaboration. We thought we could apply to the traditional component starting April 1st, but the government said no, these funds have already been given out. In November, December, we've picked up the projects that would be funded, and we no longer have any money left. So the $250 million that was announced yesterday, the PAI, well, we do not have access to it. COVID brings a lot of uncertainty. And with those programs, we have even more uncertainties. Some of our competitors are being funded, but not us. So it would be easier if everyone could have access to the subsidy, identify it as revenue, and then at the end of the year, the government could tax people who did not have a need for this money. It could be done retroactively. That way, we would make sure that everyone is on the same footing. Thank you.
Both. Then turning to following Mr. Julian, we'll start the second round with you, Mr. Cumming. Mr. Julian.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you to all of our witnesses. Merci à notre témoin.
Thank you to all of our witnesses.
They're safe and healthy, and we appreciate you being here today. My first questions will be to Mr. Kelly, and I hope technically you'll be able to answer them. The technology will cooperate. As you mentioned, it is extremely important, the issue of rent abatement. Other countries have put in place programs that help to support the small business sector: France, Denmark, Australia. Myself and Gord Johns, the NDP small business critic, as you're aware, wrote to the Minister of Finance last week and urged him to put in place for May 1st a rent abatement program that would allow property owners to basically put rent in abatement for small business owners and get 66% of that back from the federal government. How important is it for that type of program? So 100% of the rent abatement would be written off. The small business could survive. The property owner gets most of that reimbursed. It's that shared sacrifice that I think we're all looking for to make sure that we can weather this crisis. How effective would an approach like that be?
I think it could be quite effective. We are, of course, looking for a program like that. The design that the federal government has announced so far is that there would be loans to landlords with a portion of the loan being forgivable, that then the benefit could be conferred upon the tenant. My worry is, though, that if the program is an option for landlords to take out, that it may not work. We need to make sure that the rent reduction is actually passed on to the end tenant, and that everyone can gain access to it. And if it depends on the landlord taking an action, I'm not sure that the program will be as successful as otherwise. The NDP has proposed, I think, a good approach. The provincial NDP party here in Ontario has also proposed a similar approach, to have the provincial governments fund a program of up to $10,000 of relief. We're hoping to see some design principles, but we need to make sure that it is a fairly universal subsidy for renters, that all renters that are in need are going to gain access to it. And my fear is the way that the design is shaping up is that might not be the case.
Oh, thank you for that. And we just did a panel with the hospitality industry, and they also found that the proposal made a lot of sense. In fact, they thought it was the best suggestion made so far. Though we continue to press the government to put that into place for May 1st. Another issue that has come up with small businesses, of course, is credit card fees, interest charges, lines of credit. Small businesses are going deeper and deeper into debt. The credit union sector has stepped up, and many credit unions have brought their rates on credit cards and lines of credit down to zero. The big banks simply have not. There has been only cosmetic changes, though there seem to be running ads 24/7 on television. And as a result of that, what we're seeing is mortgage deferrals with interests and fees and penalties. We're not seeing the banking sector step up at all for the big banks. How important is it for the federal government to take action and use the powers that they have to assure that we bring the interest rates down to a level that allows small businesses to survive? The banks have said they'll follow federal direction. They've received none so far. How important is it for the federal government to act in this regard? And my question is again to Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Chair, I hate to intervene here, but if just for members and for you, Mr. Chair, I don't know if you noticed, but we're not providing interpretation services right now for Mr. Kelly. There's been a lot of distortion in the room when Mr. Kelly was speaking. So just want to put that out so that everyone knows.
Okay, we'll just go with that quick answer there, Dan, and then we'll have to move on anyway.
I've just killed my video signal, hoping that the audio will improve. Look, banks, there's a lot more that banks can do. We have suggested, for example, with respect to lines of credit, that we would like banks to simply expand lines of credit that they already have. It's difficult for businesses to switch banks right now. But if they can use their existing banks and get more access to some credit where possible, that would be very helpful. Credit card fees remain a problem.
for many small merchants. Any relief on that front would be welcome news as well. The NDP has put forward a variety of practical approaches, including on the wage subsidy, and we've been happy to join with them in sharing and pushing for some of the solutions that have been suggested.
Thank you, Dan. Peter, we are at a time.
No, we're not, Mr. Chair. I still have a minute, and so
not according to my clock. Go with one quick question, then.
Thank you.
I think you were slow starting your button.
No, I wasn't. So the issue of universality, you've mentioned it, Mr. Kelly, that other countries have put in place universal programs, universal wage subsidies. Monsieur Le Chien aussi a parlé de l'universalité de prestations.
You also talked about the universality.
An emergency response benefit that is actually already set up universal in nature. The federal government just has to take off the penalties at the back end. How important is it for universality in the approach to these programs?
Look,
Mr. Kelly, Monsieur Le Chien.
I'll keep my answer very short. I get the desire on the part of government to make sure that the benefits of these programs, which are incredibly costly, goes to those that are most in need. The challenge with designing that in these emergency days is that we end up delaying the program, making them less usable for many of the participants, and as a result, we end up having more people join the unemployment lines than would otherwise be necessary. So I do think in these circumstances, universality is pretty critical.
Okay, thank you all for that. Then the next round's 5-minute round, starting with Mr. Cumming and on to Ms. Zerowitz. James?
Well, thank you, Chair, and thank you to all the witnesses today. I want to direct my questions to Mr. Kelly. Hopefully his technology is going to be working. Mr. Kelly, I want to talk a little bit about CEBA to start with, and the accessibility when it's related to people who are taking dividends, those smaller businesses that don't necessarily pay themselves other than through dividends. They may use a personal checking account to fund their businesses. Can you give me a quick thought on why those wouldn't be included? It strikes me that they should be included in this program.
Muted. Here we go. The government has had a problem with dividends since they've taken office, and I think we saw that in the 2017 tax fight. And I think I hate to say it, but we've got to include businesses that have dividends. I've said to government on several occasions, look, we can resume the debate as to whether dividends are a good thing or a bad thing for small business immediately after the crisis. But let's include dividends right now, given that so many mom and pop shops pay themselves with dividends. Let's make sure that they are not excluded from the program, because right now we have the smallest of small businesses, and family businesses, because they don't have formal salaries, excluded from many of the many of the relief programs, most notably the CEBA loans. So we really do need to make sure that new firms that didn't have a payroll in 2019 are included, those that pay with dividends, those that have contract workers, the self-employed can gain access. The CEBA loans are helpful for those very small companies. It is the $10,000 grant. I have to admit I had some hesitations about it in the early days, but I think the government has designed a good, appropriate tool for very small businesses, but unfortunately has excluded many very small businesses, and that should be changed. We've proposed solutions so that dividends that are paid just to the family members up to, say, the maximum insurable earnings for EI, that could be used to satisfy the payroll test, and we're pushing for that right now.
Just to interrupt for a sec, James, the translation, it isn't coming through on my end in French. Clerk, is it coming through on your end, or are we just not getting the translation on Kelly?
We're just not getting the translation because there were too many distortions, so that's a bit risky. So I don't know if you want to continue with Mr. Kelly, if you want us to try to set up a test or invite him later, but it won't be possible for the interpreters to interpret.
Okay, that's a problem. So people, when you're asking your questions, keep that in mind because we really should be doing it through a bilingual nature. Sorry to say that, but if we can try and I don't want to avoid Mr. Kelly, but okay, James.
Well, unfortunately, I'm not going to avoid Mr. Kelly. So back to CIBA again. Now that it's been open for a bit, Dan, are you collecting any data on why people have been rejected and what the level has been, and getting any kind of intelligence on what your members are telling you regarding the program?
Yes, we are. We have data that shows that about 60% of our members were qualified for CIBA with the original rules. It went up to about 75% of our members when the government expanded the payroll from 20,000 to 1.5 million. But there still remains about a quarter of small businesses that are excluded from the program. And probably even more if you include all of the self-employed in that mix. One of the other tests that is causing problems, I think you mentioned it a second ago, is you have to have a business bank account, not a personal bank account. And for some very small businesses, they run the business essentially through their personal finances, and that has excluded some of them.
Okay, a quick one, James.
Yeah, and on rent abatement, there's been a phenomenal amount of money put in to create liquidity. And my concern with the rent side is one size fits all. Have you done any costing? It just strikes me it'll be an incredibly inexpensive program. And that hopefully your members have been already negotiating with their landlords negotiating with banks. And because, of course, landlords cannot afford to have these businesses not be there as tenants. So any thoughts on that, Dan, short of rebate programs funded by the government?
Yes, look, we are encouraging all of our members to try to negotiate with their landlords, and many have. Unfortunately, what that's doing, though, is just deferring bills. Very few have offered any actual reductions in their bills. And I do worry that if all we're doing is deferring a lot of these expenses for Canadians or Canadian small business owners, when the economy begins to reopen and all of those bills start to come due, that's when the businesses will go bankrupt. And I get that these are expensive things to do, and I worry as a taxpayer of how long we're going to have to be paying for this. But it's very unfair for businesses to be asked to pick up the costs of the social distancing that they've been asked to employ. They've basically had their businesses expropriated, and they're no longer able to earn an income. And I do think it is appropriate for the state, for government in this case, to step in and pick up and relieve some of those bills. It is off-brand for us at CFIB to make those kinds of recommendations, but there they are.
Okay, we'll have to leave that there. And look, if we can't get translation working, I know I'm in violation of the rules when we don't have translation. So we'll have to either get translation working or bring Mr. Kelly back again if there's other questions to them, because we had to be able to do the interpretation, or somebody will be writing the speaker about what I did at Finance Committee, and I'd like to avoid that if at all possible. Turning then to Miss Zerowitz and then Mr. Cooper. Julie? You're not coming through, Julie. We'll you talk to the technicians and we'll come back to you. I'll put Mr. Fraser on first and then we'll come back to you because we can't hear you at all.
Hello, Mr. Chair. You can hear me fine?
Yes, we can, Sean. You're on.
Okay, good. Thank you very much. I've got, before I start my questions, are questions for Mr. Kelly now off the table?
They are.
Okay, I will have to adjust on the fly as the case may be, and perhaps follow up with him another time. I'll turn first to our Mr. Lowe from the Cattlemen's Association. I had the chance to meet with some of your members who've made the point about extending some sort of price insurance that exists elsewhere in the country to different regions, as you mentioned, Atlantic Canada. One of the things that I'm curious about is the mechanism doesn't necessarily contemplate the kind of disastrous scenario that we're facing this season with a complete drop in the market right across the board. I'm curious if it's a member paid for program. Would it have the resources to self-finance any kind of payout on a massive scale that we would be seeing in this season?
Not with the current premium structure, and the reason being nobody's going to take it out. Nobody's going to take the insurance out because the premiums just cost too much money. It doesn't make sense. We're looking for, and the increase in the premiums is caused completely by the volatility in the marketplace caused by COVID. I mean, it's, if you looked at the stock market, the cattle market did exactly the same thing. It collapsed on the futures.
So, is this the kind of thing that you're suggesting might be a good measure to implement as we look at the sort of medium-term recovery rather than the emergency response then?
It would be, if the emergency part of this is that cow-calf producers, there's three parts to the price insurance. There's the fed, the feeder, and the cow-calf. Well, cow-calf producers right now, calves are being born. There's a deadline when they can insure their calf crop as they wean next fall, and that's the end of May. If we can get the volatility out of the premiums and the cow-calf producers can then insure their next year's calf crop, that puts a stability into the market. And I would suspect, after what we've seen happen in the last month, that if the premium was a reasonable number, every cow-calf producer in the country would insure their calves, which would, you don't know, and governments do backstop this, but that would make it a lot closer to being self-sufficient.
Okay. My next question, thank you for that. My next question is for Mr. Lachenne. I have a question just about the startup community. I think I take your point. There's groups of people who can't demonstrate a loss of revenue that would qualify them for the wage subsidy if they had no revenue in the first place, or in many cases did not even exist last year. I think the new businesses that can demonstrate a revenue month over month have somewhat been taken care of. But you quite rightly pointed to some of Canada's, frankly, the highest growth potential firms that exist in Canada. When I've been reaching out to some members of the startup community, one of the points that they've made to me is that not all businesses are without money right now because they've had an angel investor that pre-existed the crisis. The VC community, however, is looking forward with a lot less confidence in the short term than they had even just a couple of months ago. I'm wondering, for these firms that are not without cash but are looking at their next round of funding at a pool of investors who are just not there, whether the better approach might not be to have some sort of a revenue-based wage subsidy, but have some sort of a program that either provides grants to companies in the innovation space, or perhaps even look at BDC, who's fairly plugged into this network, taking equity stakes in companies, maybe not with a view to hanging on to them forever, but to demonstrate to the community of investors that, hey, BDC has confidence that the startup community can exist. Would a program of that nature actually fill the gap more effectively than a wage subsidy if it's a market-based approach that would give an opportunity for startups that have real viability and potential for success to get access to further working capital?
Yes. So on your first question about how do the private investors round work, typically startups will raise money for 12 to 24 months, typically around 18 months. Any startups start to try to raise money about 6 months before they're out. because we typically aim for growth and not profitability in the first few years. So this means that the impact that will be on the startups will be that they won't be able to raise their rounds in the next 6 months. Anyone trying to close a round right now, really tough, especially in the seed, the early stage companies that we call pre-seed and seed rounds. This will be very difficult. And the other problem with all those programs is that these companies are going to run out of money after the program ends, because the programs are right now, and the problem will come in many months. The second part to question was BDC. BDC has been very helpful in my previous companies. I've worked with them. They have two parts. They've got the banking side, and most of their programs, as I said, are made for companies with 2 years and more of revenue, companies profitable. And the other side of their business is BDC Capital. They invest, but they mostly invest in funds of investors. They sometimes do co-invest with other investors. Although, keep in mind, 97% of startups do not have outside capital outside of the mom and pops and their own capital, their own private capital. And less than 1% receive a VC venture capital. So if you're putting more money into BDC Capital, that will help the startups that already had some money. But as I said, the ones that are in the first 2 years of development, they're all out. They cannot have access to this money. So the big problem with the programs is that it's very lengthy. It's a big delay in getting the programs out, getting the money in, etc. And all we're doing in the meantime is not working on growth and working on trying to fit in the different programs and how we're going to make this work. So what we would like is to work right now on growth and have a fair playing space so that the incumbents, the existing companies, well, number one, pay the same taxes as we do. If you read the news, and Netflix and such are not necessarily paying all their taxes here. But I have a level playing field, so our competitors, which might have more than 2 years, are not subsidized, and we aren't.
Okay, thank you. We'll have to end that one there. We'll turn to Mr. Cooper, and then hopefully we'll try Julie Zerowitz again. Mr. Cooper, you're on. And I don't believe, is Dan Kelly's translation working, clerk?
No, Mr. Chair,
Okay.
the situation remains
we'll
the
have
same.
to leave Dan out of this round and perhaps invite him back another day. Mr. Cooper, you're on. Mute your phone there. Unmute your phone, Michael.
To do that. Oh, okay. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you now.
Okay. Well, it's unfortunate that Mr. Kelly isn't fair because my questions were going to all be to Mr. Kelly. But since Mr. Kelly isn't yet available, I know that Mr. Al Fadi hasn't had a chance to chime in. He talked about not just the immediate term, but some of the longer term challenges for small businesses. And I would just invite him if he has any specific policy recommendations on not only getting businesses through the short term, but the intermediate and longer term.
Mr. Elzadi?
Yes,
go ahead.
Mayor. Thank you. I believe now we're all looking, as Mr. Dan talking about the refer of the rent. Business cannot, we're always talking about big companies. Small businesses now in Canada, like the one they make. I wish if Revenue Canada goes to their T4 or their revenue, not many of them make more than $50,000. So I mean, with the short term, it's great. We give in the $2,000. I can, as a business owner, does not pay for my insurance, like the $2,000. I have businesses, insurance, cars, doesn't help. So what I think the government should work direct with the landlord to to give them subsidy for rent and work with them for a year proposal. I mean, like if any business open in Ottawa or in anywhere in Canada and that cannot pay their rent, how they gonna survive? You're gonna have 40 to 50% of this business closing their doors. All the business, small. I'm talking now because of a small business. We all afraid for the opening day, social distance. What does that mean? Like I went to the bank yesterday. They make me stand like 6 feet. I'm not able to get in. So most of these restaurants, they have 100 chairs. You're gonna drop them to 50, or most of the services, they not be able to survive. And the big things you have to think of a long term. Is the world gonna open their border? Is the United States gonna open their border 100% for us? Is China gonna open their border? Is the Mexican they gonna visit? This is a big. I think the government has to consider to make these people survive for the next year with this specific point. Like as I mentioned early about business to survive, in Ottawa, I know more than 20 to 30 businesses, they pay rent between $6,000 to $7,000 and they pay their rent and they get their salary as a dividends. This $40,000 program, it's not helping them.
Right.
And how are they going to survive if they continue like this? There's no visitor, member of parliament. They're going to be, I don't know if they're going to be coming back to the city. I'm talking about my city, Ottawa. And if they come back, they're going to be in a social distance. Is a government worker going to go back to work like usual before they sit on the street, they talk to people? So we need to talk about a long term more than a short term. Short term, maybe some business, they have that money to survive, but what's going to happen in the long term?
Right. And do you have any recommendations with respect to the rent subsidy in terms of the delivery of that as a small business person?
I think the rent subsidy should go direct to the landlord, should not work with the businesses, with the tenant.
Right.
It should go directly with the landlord. The landlord, my opinion, I had opened that conversation with a few people. Landlord should work strictly, the government with the landlord. Look at their payment. What's their mortgage payment? If they have a huge mortgage payment, at least cover their mortgage payment and give them percentage until this crisis is over. You don't have I know some of the gentlemen mentioned because some rent big and some rent small. So to be fair with them, you have to really work on a policy because nobody can survive. You should not work with the individual business. You should work direct with the landlord about the rent and work with the business with another long term how they can survive. Like, sorry to interrupt. Now, given the $2,000 for the student or for workers, like I have a few workers, they work part time. They make $200, $300 every week. Now they get in $2,000. You think I'm able to bring them back in May 12th? It's not easy to bring them back to work.
Sorry,
Okay.
Mr. Chair. I just want to say that I think that we're okay right now to provide the interpretation services for Mr. Kelly. We were able to connect him differently.
Cooper come on too soon there, so that's okay. Nothing we can do about it. Ms. Sirowitz, are you back on? We still can't pick you up. Am I the only one not hearing her? No, I see Peter shaking his head. No, we can't pick up your sound at all, Julie. Annie, we will go to you. We'll have to come back to you, Julie, if there's time. Talk to David or the technicians. Annie, you're on.
Yeah, hi. My question will be directed to the meat producers. So the Canadian food security continues to be a priority during this pandemic. What are your facilities doing to ensure production can continue while protecting the safety of your staff? What role can the federal government play in enhancing on-the-job safety for workers in the agriculture and agri-food industries?
So who wants to start first, cattlemen or pork producers? Go ahead, Dennis.
Yeah, Wayne, great question. And, we're in daily contact with our processors on there. They have been introducing just a plethora of enhancements to the operations. Obviously you want to create the distancing where you can't. You create barriers that effectively are similar to the distancing. But even prior to, on arrival, ensuring that you're able to efficiently bring in shifts. Many of those workers travel distances to get to the plants. How can that be done safely? So there's a whole range of solutions that are constantly being evaluated and worked on. Ensuring there's enough personal protective equipment that is available is another piece of this. We've been trying, just back to our own members, provide weekly guidance out there on everything they can do. We all view them as frontline food workers. What they're doing is really essential to maintaining food security in our country and assisting around the world where there are food shortages developing. So great question. We want to sit down every day and figure out how do we get as much reliability in our system moving forward. And of course, we have to protect our workers. I mean, you can't run these operations unless we're able to do that.
I have one more question to Dan Kelly, if I may.
Dan's back on. Go ahead.
Hi. So what changes in consumer behavior are you expecting as a result of COVID-19, and how should small businesses adapt to these changes? And what role can the federal government play in supporting the transition to new business models that address the needs of consumers in a post-COVID-19 economy?
That was a long single question, Dan, but go ahead.
Sure. I'm not sure. I was trying to switch to a telephone. I don't know if this is any better, Clerk.
It's okay. Yep, it's good.
Okay. Look, I think there have been already many changes that have happened during the crisis. In any crisis, there are some takeaways that will be beneficial for businesses to continue afterwards. Canada has been slow to adopt online commerce, and I know that through the emergency, many firms have been moving quickly to try to ensure that they do have some online sales capacity available to them. Some have been looking at more takeout, delivery, curbside pickup options, and some of that will stick, that they will continue with that afterwards as they've got the ball rolling now. Telecommuting, I would imagine, will continue to grow even more significantly as a result of this. So more and more firms looking to see what they can do by having staff work remotely, with all the positive and some not so positive implications of that. You would imagine also automation in Canadian businesses will increase because, of course, those firms that have been earlier to automate may be a bit more insulated from some of the worst of this. So I think it will include a number of positive trends, but those trends also have implications for Canadian employers and for workers that we're going to have to make sure that we're careful to think about. It's one of the reasons why I think it's so critical that we put in place some thoughts, some thinking around what we're going to do to get us out of this situation. Of course, we're focused on the emergency phase right now, but keeping an eye on what measures we're going to put in place to help guide and support businesses as they begin to reopen will be a critical element of this.
Okay, thank you. We'll try and go to a series of questions if we can. We'll go to Gabriel St. Marie, then Mr. Julian. We will try Julie after that again, then Mr. Polyev, and then Elizabeth May. Mr. St. Marie.
Oui, merci.
Thank you, Wayne. I have a question for Mr. Roy from the Canadian Pork Council. What measures are necessary to support your industry? In our case, what we need is quick help, efficient help, short term, $20 per share. That's what we need to be able to get through the crisis. there's still demand for food we are exporting. This crisis might last for a few months. We hope this amount would be sufficient to get through this crisis. And after this crisis, we want to be able to still have some staff and be able to produce food in Canada for our people. Be able to provide. We have families here who are passionate about agriculture here in the country. Thank you.
I don't know, it might have been the translation, Renee, but it came through. The help you required was it said to me $20 to share per share.
Yes, maybe I could.
Could you explain that a little further? Yeah.
Yes. What I was saying is we are looking for support, financial support of $20 per hog. And
okay.
The reason, if I may just add, it's also a matter of mental health. Right now, people are desperate to find solutions for their business. They have invested not only their time but themselves. They must have help so that they can go through.
Okay, thank you for that. Just my own thought on that, Ray. I used to be a hog producer, and I don't even know whether $20 per hog would cover the need that's there for the moment. But that's my opinion, Mr. Julian.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had two questions. One for Mr. Roy. If we're talking about $20 per hog, how much money is necessary for the pork industry? Your industry is very important. What amount is needed to get through this crisis? And Mr. Lachenne, you talked about universality. I was about to ask a question to Mr. Kelly about this. To what extent is it important to have this principle of universality that other countries have taken on with regard to emergency benefits, for example? Thank you. With regard to support to the pork industry, Mr. Chair, you said that $20 per hog might not be enough, and that is right. But as businesses, we're ready to take on part of the risk. We know the risk, and prices vary. And we believe that with $20 for the next few weeks, this would help us get through this crisis. It's not the full amount, but it would help us get through the crisis.
Producing about 27 million pork per year. So it will give you a range of number. And we hope that this help will be enough and that the market will pick up. That's the idea. For how long is it? We believe, according to the future market, we believe that the 6 next month will be really tough. That's what the future contracts are saying. But we hope we'll go through within this period. Obviously, there are some programs, business risk management, that should be upgraded. That's something that is already on the working table of the government. Hopefully, it will sort out some of these problems in the long term.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah. Go ahead, Rick. Yes, you may.
I appreciate that. So, Mr. Chair and others, just to finish the thought that Renee presented to you, Mr. Chair, we know that that's a very, very low number, actually. Today, for example, Tyson Foods in the U.S. closed their third American plant, because of COVID. We know right now we've had the flavor in Canada of having some plant closure. And that was devastating in that region of Quebec and Ontario, the Maritimes. we are on the cusp. So although we make this request, our sector changes by the day and sometimes multiple times by the day. If we have misfortune of plants closing as the people in the U.S. do, then we've got bigger problems. And to your point, $20 is nothing. To Annie's question in regards to the things that are being done on the pork side as well. Right now, there's some very, very super procedures being put in place that have been in place. We've had the fortune of seeing others around the world with their misfortune, and that has prepared us. So we're fortunate and blessed to be in that position, but our guards are not down at the processing plants. Our guards are not down on our farms. We understand biosecurity on our farms. So this COVID is also a scenario where it is not lost on farm nor at the processor level as far as all the due diligence that is required. Because as what was mentioned earlier on, we are an essential service to Canadians, and food security is also very critical. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, and I'll turn to the next lineup will be Mr. Fraser coming back in, Mr. Polyev and Ms. May. Just to put in perspective for committee members, one Tyson plant in the U.S. Kills 10,000 hogs a day, and I believe that's one of the ones that shut down. So that'll put it into perspective how serious a plant shutdown is. Sean Fraser.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I appreciate it. And I did want to go back to Mr. Kelly, who's rejoined us with translation now. Thank you very much for being with us. The first question I had, you mentioned during one of your last responses that it may not be your usual reputation for CFIB to be advocating for this kind of sort of immense public spending to combat an emergency. I'm curious when the time will come when you live up to your pre-existing reputation. You see, the challenge that I find right now is a little bit easier in some ways because everyone, more or less, is suffering from a particular common threat, without some obvious exceptions. There's going to come a time, if these emergency temporary benefits remain in place for too long, where they may actually have a market distorting effect, where we will be rewarding people who do not rebuild their business successfully and create a competitive disadvantage for businesses that, for example, have no longer see a 30% drop in revenue. When are we going to know when the time is to sort of rip the Band-Aid off, so to speak, and know that the emergency is over and that we should let the market dictate which businesses succeed rather than government supports? You need to unmute your microphone.
Yeah, unmute your mic, Dan.
It's an excellent question, and I absolutely 100% agree with its premise that the reasons that subsidies for business are a bad thing. They cause all sorts of terrible, create all sorts of terrible incentives, and we should do as little of subsidization as possible. This is, of course, very different. The government has imposed a shutdown for good and valid reasons, needed shutdown on swaths of the business community. And as we begin to lift those restrictions, that will begin to be the time where we can start to take away some of the measures. But there are businesses that are going to see the effects of the problem not in the immediate phase. During, for example, in the tourism industry, right now is a fairly slow season, but we worry that while Canada is coming back up and running, let's hope over the summer, that if tourism hasn't bounced back by then, that's when the huge impact will be felt by that sector. And if they miss those bookings that benefit during those valuable summer months, they will not be able to then rely on their income in the rest of the year. So it's going to be an art far more than a science, and we're going to have to plan as we go. But it is absolutely critical that there are some significant subsidies in place right now that really do freeze businesses and protect them so that we can then take those supports off at the earliest opportunity. I know that in years to come at Finance Committee, you'll be pointing at this testimony when I'm complaining about higher taxes. And so please do keep it, Chair, on record. But we're going to have to deal with that when it comes. Right now, we have business owners that are absolutely not sure where to turn. The supports are needed right now, and we will work with you to find opportunities to take them off. And I think that you're absolutely right. We should be thinking about that carefully.
Okay, thank you both. I'm not sure if Pierre is online there or not. I don't see him. We might go to Mr. Cumming or Mr. Yeah, there he is.
Here.
Okay, there you are. Go ahead. One quick question, and then we'll go to Elizabeth May and end up with Julie. Pierre?
Well, actually, Wayne, if I could get my 5 minutes, that would be great. I had only one question last time.
That's true.
I'm going to go to Mr. Lachenne. Is he there?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yes.
Yeah, he's here.
Okay, Mr. Lachenne, I think you made some excellent comments. You very carefully explained the downside of constrictive and restrictive government corporate welfare programs. I agree with you. The government would have been far better off to have a simple liquidity program to put cash in the hands of businesses by reimbursing some of their remittances and then allowing them to direct it to whatever they thought most necessary. The trying to create a separate, highly prescriptive government program for every item in a business's budget is not working. They have one for wage subsidies, and they're going to try to come up with one for rent, and then they've tried to come up with a very small loan program. I think they would have been far better just to reimburse businesses a large amount of liquidity that they could have used depending on their own particular circumstance, as is happening in other countries around the world and has been delivered very effectively. So I want to thank you for your testimony in that regard. I also want to ask you about the post-COVID period. We can't subsidize every industry into success. We'd have to take more money out of the economy than we have to pay for it. What do you think we can do post-COVID to unleash economic production so that we can afford the quality of life that Canadians have come to expect?
Thank you. So the first thing you mentioned is the problems, the delay and the inefficiency into deploying capital with programs. And this is why I said universality is required also to not change market conditions in right now and the future. Just for us, if we would have the wage subsidy, it would be $100,000. It's very, very important. So the uncertainty that it creates in the market as we go along, we're only 4 weeks in, and as it goes along, it's creating more uncertainty in the market because we don't know what other programs are going to come in. So there is uncertainty for investors in investing in even new technologies because they don't know if competitors are going to get some subsidies and not us in the future. So that's a very important point, the universality. And maybe raising taxes for this year, specifically retroactively at the end of the year, if people had got it and they shouldn't have, and they haven't created value. This is what we want. We want to create growth and value. The second part of your question, what can we do post-COVID? I believe we should already plan something universal that would decrease the wage subsidies as we go throughout the months. And we need to get people time to pivot. So in startup world, pivoting means that you're testing something. It doesn't work, so you change either the market or you change something in the product and you adapt. And as a country, now we need to decide we accept this is the new reality. This is the worst case scenario. We adapt, we pivot the whole economy into a low touch economy. If it's going to stay for 2 years, it's going to be into our habits afterwards. People are going to work from home more. This is going to change the economy. So we can't continue doing what we do. I believe one of the key points for putting more people into entrepreneurships and having more people start and grow business and get value would be to have a universal basic income. It takes 2 years to get a startup up to speed. During those 2 years, you have your private capital. So this is...
How much would that cost? Do you know how much that would cost? Everyone keeps talking about it. Nobody can say what it would cost. What would it cost? And how much would you have to raise taxes to pay for it? Because it has to cost something, and you got to add up somehow.
Yes,
we'll end it there, guys, when Mr. Lassane's done. Finish, go ahead.
So the child benefit program, Canada's child benefit program, there's already some studies on it. And for every dollar that was sent in, it creates $4 in the value in the economy. Because GDP is the economic mass times the velocity of money. When you give money at the low end of the low spectrum, you're putting it into the velocity of the money. So it actually changes your multiplier, and it just goes into consumption. So this is how we create a lot more value through getting everyone not being penalized to work and start businesses and
you got to get a cost to that.
Look at that,
need a cost to it. You can't simply propose it and say it will magically pay for itself. Everything costs money, and nobody who's talked about this idea has come up with a costing.
Pierre, you got a full 5 minutes. Look at that. You did well in the last round. Elizabeth May, you're on, and then Julie with one quick question. Elizabeth May.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As somebody who's not a full member of this committee, I sure would love us to do a study. We've done a lot of work in the Green Party already, Pierre. We'll talk about it later, about how we pay for the program, because it pays for itself. But I wanted to direct questions to the wonderful witnesses we have here. I'm very curious from the cattle producers' expertise. It seems to me we have a structural issue that makes the industry extraordinarily vulnerable when one plant closes down. I mean, I remember the XL beef incident in 2012. To have 3 plants only for all the cattle, I really feel for people who are producing the pigs, producing the cattle. And then I'm wondering if it's a long-term solution. I'll say small background. In Saanich Gulf Islands, when provincial regs changed, we did a ton of fundraising so we could build an abattoir on Salt Spring Island so that the lamb slaughter could continue locally and not be more centralized. Is it worth considering as a long-term response to these kinds of issues that the abattoirs and production facilities should be potentially more decentralized? It may be a naive question. As I said, my only background on this was fundraising for the abattoir on Salt Spring, but I'd be very interested in your perspectives.
Bob or Dennis?
I'll maybe start on that. I mean, it has been a trend over years that there are larger modern facilities that are available, and it's certainly they have brought in some of the most sophisticated food safety programs that we've ever seen. So there's been many benefits to their size and structure. You know, obviously we're far more vulnerable now, you know, dealing with a pandemic, and probably the first time in 100 years that this sort of circumstance has presented itself. You know, I think obviously the more capacity we have, and we've had recommendations, particularly in Eastern Canada, to try and build on capacity and build what I call surge capacity. So if you increase, you know, cooler capacity and different things, plants can process more. We're looking at every option right now. These companies are also looking at options, how they are going to be doing some refitting to achieve this. So there are many different things. And I did want to go back, you know, as we're dealing with this uncertainty, there was that question whether the price insurance is a mid or a longer term. Right now is the time of year when producers are making all of their decisions about how many heifers are they going to keep, what are they going to do over the summer. Right now is the most urgent time to move ahead quickly with things like it helps your whole business planning, similar to what you're talking about with the packing plant. So faster we move, you know, the better solutions we're going to bring.
Okay, thank you, Elizabeth and Dennis. Julie, is your mic working now?
I hope so. Can you hear?
It is. Yep.
Anyways, thanks so much. And thanks to everybody for their patience. And thanks for the outstanding discussion today. Mr. Lachenne, I really want to say I appreciated your most recent comments very much, and your thoughtful ideas. And I also want to thank the Canadian Pork Council and the Canadian Cattlemen's Association for really reinforcing some key points that makes us truly understand that if we're not addressing the needs right now in both of these industries, it's really going to impact our food security. So I think it's important for us to say thanks to you. My final question is actually for Mr. Kelly from the Canadian Federation of Independent Business. And so I know that a lot of our focus today has been on continued emergency measures right now. My question to you, what is the model that you would propose about how it is that we can continue to help our small businesses sort of in the medium term as we go what I call into this gray zone, where we're kind of not at a vaccine, but we're going to bring our economy back a little bit. So what's the model that you would propose that we get to some good solutions? And then how do we get to a model? And what's the model that'll get us to a post-COVID-19 plan?
Mr. Kelly?
We've been doing a lot of thinking about just that. It requires careful coordination with the provincial government, obviously. Provinces are the ones that have put the emergency services rules in place. And I will say that while we did need to put, of course, very blunt measures in place quickly to be able to slow the curve, now that this is going on into month 2 and no signs in many parts of the country where it's lifting, we need to rethink some of those emergency services rules to allow a trickle of a heartbeat of business in more and more locations. We've learned a lot over the last little while, and I do think where government could help is ensuring that businesses have the understanding of the rules of the game, what social distancing might mean in more small firms, and helping them procure protective equipment to be able to operate through the startup phase of the pandemic. We're coming to that soon in some provinces, as soon as May, for example, in Saskatchewan, God willing. But we need to start thinking about these measures now. Many of our members have pointed out that if Costco and Walmart are allowed to sell frying pans and T-shirts, yet we've prevented the tiniest little stores from selling anything, that's quite unfair, and that they can play a role in continuing to serve small firms small firms can serve consumers safely through the startup phase. So we're working with provincial governments to try to do some of that. Support for the federal government on the reentry would be particularly helpful, and that's where I think the wage subsidy can play an important role as firms start to rehire for people that they have laid off. A credit to the government of moving. It was slow, but we got there with the wage subsidy. I think we're going to need to continue at least a partial measure as we move over the summer months.
Okay, thank you both. And that I do just a couple of minutes here left, but and it requires, I know, a different program for hogs than cattle. But Bob, you mentioned in the beginning the set aside program for the cattle industry is important right now. I don't think Pierre Poilievre and I might have been in Parliament when the last one was in place, and John may understand it. But could you just explain a little bit what the set aside program, how it works? Because you're dealing with a lot of people here that aren't in cattle production or understand farming on this committee. But if you could explain how that works in terms of going to maintenance rather than pushing them through, and what it means in terms of saving the economy and really probably saving the government money in the long run, because you're not going to use the safety net programs as much. Dennis or Bob?
Yeah, we'll move that to Dennis, being as he's the guy that designed it.
Okay, Dennis.
Yeah, thanks, Wayne. And,
in layman's terms, if you could, Dennis.
Yeah, I mean, with a set aside, it's actually an inventory management program where we can slow animals down by reducing or changing the type of feed they get. So we have a group of industry experts working with the government that look each week and say, how much capacity is going to be available this week, over the next month, and over a longer term? And then you try and slow animals down in the system, so you match up the number of market-ready animals to that capacity. And sometimes as we're building inventories, we start slowing down further in the system, and we can go all the way back to cow-calf producers. And if it looks like it's longer term, we can try and get more heifers retained to go into the herd. And our herd's at a 30-year low, so there's certainly room to do that. But if you manage that, we created a price stability back in the BSE era when you were referring to that circumstance. If we can create some price certainty or stability in the industry, then you start to get rid of panic buying or forced selling. The alternative, if you don't have programs and you continue to have more animals than you can get to market, then you end up talking about things like euthanization. And we don't believe that we need to go there. If we manage this properly, we'll have those animals. We'll be ready to come out of this differently. But again, if you can do that, you quickly see the market start to move to with the panic out of it, to a stronger location. And that really makes a big difference on the losses overall in the industry. So moving rapidly on that. And with insurance, you create business confidence for the cow-calf and the backgrounding sector. They're the beginning and the intermediate parts of our industry. Then they're in a better position to talk to their bankers. They can make decisions to manage through this. And most of their product is sold in August, September, October through into November and December. So it all helps when you're trying to manage a problem like this and actually come up with appropriate solutions instead of, desperate decisions.
Thank you very much, Dennis. I think that explains it very well. We'll just clip that out and send it right up to the Department of Finance, and they'll have the explanation right there. Okay, then I do thank you all for your presentations today. Thank you for your constructive criticism of the programs as well. So I know it's 2 hours out of your day and some preparation time. And I also want to thank the committee members as well for their endurance. We had some technical difficulties in the second panel. And we'll see all committee members tomorrow at 2 o'clock Ottawa time. So thank you very much again. Meeting adjourned.